As you take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and to let your eyes gently close, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. So with your eyes closed, you can imagine drifting into this experience. Imagining a woman walking along one rainy night. She's got an umbrella held above her head. She's walking down a street. She can hear the way the rain hits the umbrella. She can hear the sound of that rain. She can feel the slight spray of water that finds its way to her face. She can hear the sound of each footstep and other sounds occasionally of other people hurrying out of the rain. And yet she just continues to walk purposefully along the path. And she can hear cars passing by and see them pass by, and the sound of the rain, and the sound that cars make driving along a wet road. And after a while of walking, she turns off the road, turns off this path, and heads into a wooded area. And she notices how in this wooded area far less rain is reaching her umbrella. She can hear that rain hitting the leaves above her, and larger drops dropping from the leaves to the ground, and the sound of those raindrops splashing on the ground, and the slight rustling sound of the leaves in the breeze and moving with the rain. As she continues to walk and notices the different sound of each footstep here compared to out on the path by the road. And the further away from the road she walks, the quieter it gets. And the deeper into the woods she goes. And she finds her way all the way through the woods until she comes to a clearing. And she can notice the muted green colour of the grass as the rain gives a slight grey-blue tinge to everything. And she walks across that grass, all the way to the edge, and over on that far edge is a bank that leads down to a beach. And she stands on that edge, gazing off down that bank, down to the beach, noticing the way the water is rolling in onto the shore, noticing how, with this rain, the water seems a little rougher than usual. And a little bit more churned up, and perhaps has a little bit more of a greeny colour in the water. And she watches as those waves roll in onto the shore, and the white water rolling and sloshing along the shore, and the sound of it pulling back again to the sea. And in this clearing she looks around and she can't see far out to sea because of the rain. But she can notice some areas of light, some rays of sun striking the ocean in various points off in the distance. And she knows the rain will begin to clear a bit soon. And she wanders along this clearing, she wanders along the grass, gazing down towards the sea. And she's out here on holiday. Supposed to be a summer holiday. And yet here she is in the rain. But she doesn't let that deter her. She's still enjoying being out in nature. Still enjoying gazing out over the ocean, hearing the sound of the rain on the umbrella. And after a while she finds some steps down to the seafront. And she follows those steps down and walks through some stones, noticing the sound of the footsteps changing from steps to stones, the feeling of the ground beneath the feet changing from steps to stones, and then down onto damp sand, with the feet sinking slightly with each footstep, and being able to look down at the feet and notice the way the sand dries a little with each footstep, and the water moves away from the feet. And she walks along the seafront, aware of the sea on the shore being louder now than it was before. And she notices the way that the sea breaks on different rocks that are dotted through the sea, unsure whether these rocks were placed there to break the water intentionally or have always just naturally been there. And she can feel that watery air on her skin, on her cheeks, smelling the slight salty smell of the spray from the sea as she explores along the shore. And while she walks along the shore, so she's gazing at the ground, aware that sometimes fossils are found along this area. And as she gazes around, she discovers what looks like a shell embedded in a rock. And it's just the shadow of the shell that was once there. It's just a fossil of the shell. She picks it up and looks at it and runs her finger over that, feeling the bumps, the smoothness, the weight of that in her hands. And she unzips a pocket on her coat and places it in the pocket and zips the pocket back up again before continuing along the seafront. And she thinks she sees someone sitting on one of the rocks a little further away. And she tries to squint a little through the rainy sky, and she's sure that there's someone there. And she walks closer and closer, wondering who they are, what they're doing, why they're out here. They clearly don't have an umbrella. And as she gets closer, she's surprised by what her eyes see. And she can't believe her eyes. And she thinks maybe some salt water has got in her eyes, so she dries one of her hands and wipes her eyes. And all that's done is made it clearer that what she's seeing is true. It looks like what she would describe as a mermaid, just resting on a rock. She walks closer and closer, and she's surprised to notice that mermaid smile at her as she gets close to it. And while she's close to the mermaid and the mermaid smiles, she thinks to herself that clearly this mermaid is friendly. She walks over and has no idea whether she'll be able to communicate with them or not, and is shocked when she introduces herself and the mermaid responds and seems to be able to talk the same language perfectly fine. And she asks why this is, and the mermaid explains that she swims in these waters, and so she hears the sounds of people talking here. She hears the sounds of people on the shore. And so, just over years and years, she's picked up the language. But she also has another land that she comes from. And sometimes when the weather's like this, she likes to come up to the surface. She knows there's normally no one around on the surface, and get to see what life is like out here, outside of the ocean. She explains how the sounds, time, everything is so different underwater. And the reason this woman enjoys going to the beach on holiday is because of her love of water, her love of the beach. She loves being in water and by water and the smell of water. And the mermaid explains that she too enjoys the beach, not just being underwater, but the sights, the sounds, the textures. That things have a totally different texture, totally different feeling when they're out of the water. That sound is totally different. And so it's like being a whole new other world. And after a while of talking, while the woman holds the umbrella over her head, she notices that the rain begins to subside. The sun begins to creep out from behind the clouds. So she puts down her umbrella, carries on talking to this mermaid. She wants to know everything. Where is she from? How can she be real? Why, if it was this easy for her to stumble across the mermaid, has no one else ever done it? Why didn't she just swim off when she saw someone approaching? And the mermaid explained that she'd considered swimming off. But she was curious about this person who would be out in this weather. And she thought about how it might look if she dived into the water. She explained that she thought this woman looked kind and compassionate, looked so caring that there was a risk that if she had seen her dive into the water, she might have assumed that someone had fallen off the rock and had got into trouble in the water and might try and dive in after her and could get themselves into trouble in the water, when really there's no one that needs saving. And the woman and the mermaid continue to converse as the sun continues to come out. And the mermaid said she was worried that soon others may start to come to the beach to walk dogs, to take advantage of this dry spell, and she didn't really want to be seen. And as she was talking, something strange happened. The woman noticed that her tail turned into 2 legs. That as the sun dried her out, so she transformed and looked just like a human. And the woman asked about this, fascinated, asking, have you ever thought of just leading a life, going exploring when you've got 2 legs? And the mermaid said that the trouble is she can't control it. When she dries out, she has 2 legs. But as soon as she gets wet, her body automatically has a response that turns her legs into a tail, and that she couldn't risk this happening while wandering down a street. And she said that it's possible to become a mermaid. And she said that if the woman's interested, she can visit where the mermaid has come from. She explained that we all have an evolutionary past, and part of that past is aquatic. And that mermaids and mermen have the power to trigger certain epigenetic changes within people through the power of touch. That can bring back some of those aquatic properties. And the woman was curious about this. She thought it would be wonderful to visit where this mermaid came from. But she also wanted to know, how is it that the mermaid's body knows whether it's raining or not, or whether it's wet or not? Wondering if the mermaid was wearing trousers and waterproof shoes and didn't get their legs wet. Would they turn back into a tail or not? Would they turn into a tail if they got their hands wet? And the mermaid said she'd never been far enough to find out. She'd never worn clothes. She didn't know what it was like to wear clothes. that you don't wear clothes when you're underwater, because they just get tangled around you. And nobody makes clothes underwater. So she'd never had an opportunity to discover. And the woman and this mermaid found themselves so absorbed in conversation, found that somehow they seemed to just gel so well. Time seemed to just fly by as they became absorbed in the moment. As if they'd known each other for a lifetime. And the mermaid touched the woman gently on the shoulders, running her fingertips very, very lightly from her shoulders down her arms, down the outside of her arms, then very lightly down the inside of her arms to her elbows, and the inside of her elbows, and then very lightly under the jaw, on either side, around the neck. And then very lightly down the back. And the woman could feel tingling. And felt her mind wander. And felt a bit of a shudder. As changes began to happen inside her body. And the mermaid looked her square in the eyes and said, "Trust me." And the woman said, "I do." And they leapt off the rock together, splashing into the water, followed by rays of light and bubbles rising to the surface as the sound changed, as everything became more muted and quiet, and tones seemed to stretch out and deepen. And the woman held her breath initially, and the mermaid held her hand and looked at her calmly in a kind and friendly way. And said again, "Trust me." And the woman relaxed. Her jaw relaxed. Her body was relaxed, floating in water. She just relaxed so deeply and instinctively seemed to breathe underwater as if it was a perfectly natural thing. And then she noticed that the mermaid's tail had returned, and she didn't know at what point. She wondered whether it was the second the mermaid splashed into the water. She didn't see it change from legs to a tail. And the mermaid held her hand as they swam deeper and deeper deeper and deeper under the sea, seeing fish swimming around, passing floating seaweed, relaxing deeper and more comfortable under the sea. And as they went deeper, the woman noticed some glowing off in the distance, and they swam down towards that glowing. And the mermaid said that ordinarily you can't see that glowing, that the only reason why she can see the glowing and see this reality down here is because they're together, and because of the change to her senses, the change to her way of being, that's allowed her to breathe underwater. It allows her senses to perceive what they once couldn't. And they swim down deeper all the way to those lights. And find a whole town of mer people interacting with each other, getting on with each other. Looked surprisingly familiar, and yet it was under the sea. And the mermaid said she wanted to take her to one of her favourite places down here. And she took the woman down what was like a quiet path that was away from the hustle and bustle of that mer town, and took her out to an area that seemed to plunge off deeply into darkness, and sat down on the edge, and the woman sat down on the edge with her, gazing out across the deep open ocean. And the woman could hear the sounds of whales, could see some humpback whales swimming, could recognize their intelligence, the intent in their behaviors. And she watched as those humpback whales just passed by, going about their daily life, and huge shoals of fish swam around. And there was so much life down here. And some fish and some other animals down here seem to have bioluminescence, as her eyes, accustomed to the darkness, the dimness, as she gazed down, she could see glowing light shows playing out before her of a rainbow of colours. And she sat here on this edge, up close with the mermaid. And she started having this feeling like somehow this was who she was meant to spend the rest of her life with. And she thought that seems like an unusual feeling. but she's felt such a connection to this person over such a short period of time. And she openly, just instinctively told the mermaid this, and the mermaid reciprocated that she too seems to have felt this incredible connection, like somehow this was meant to be. Somehow they were meant to meet. And somehow fate had brought them together, and they could either go against fate and decide it's ridiculous to feel like you found your soulmate that quick and move on and miss the opportunity, or to explore it, to spend time together and to enjoy being in the moment, enjoying being with the person in that moment who it feels right to be with. And they both felt it felt right to be with each other, but they came from totally different worlds. They had no idea how or whether it was possible to make it work. The woman wanted to know how long she can manage to stay underwater for. How long will the changes to her body last? And the mermaid said that the changes can last as long as she wants. The changes only reverse when she takes a gasp of air. And then the air triggers changes to breathe again on land. And they didn't know how they could make it work. The woman had a life, a job. She went into work every day, did her job, and then when she had an opportunity, she'd go on holiday for a little while to the beach, and then go back and carry on working, and after work be too tired to do anything. So she would just work and sleep and work and sleep, go for a break for a while on holiday, and then work and sleep, work and sleep. And if she suddenly disappeared, people would be worried about her. And they didn't know how you could tell humans that there are mer-people, that humans wouldn't believe it. And she couldn't just say, I'm going to move and live underwater. But it was early days of their relationship. They knew they would work all that out. They just knew they were each other's soulmate and had to be together. They decided that at some point in the future, the mermaid would come out on land, and they would figure out the extent of her legs turning into a tail. What triggers that? Whether they can just make sure she's wearing waterproof trousers and shoes, or whatever it is that's needed. And if not, perhaps the woman can say that she's just moving abroad, moving away, and she's going travelling. and that she'll let people know from time to time and keep in contact with people, saying where she is. And then she could move and live with the mermaid, but she wondered what the mermaid eats, what the mermaid's life is like. And this was all stuff they had to explore, coming from two totally different worlds and finding love. They just had to have the courage to explore love. To have love where you find it. And they both just sat there gazing out, arm in arm, resting on each other, watching the underwater world go by, confident that they were going to lead a long and happy life together, but unsure yet as to how. But being comfortable with the unknown, comfortable with the uncertainty, and excited by what they've got to discover in the future. As together they drift and float into a reverie, dreaming about what the future might hold, and the wonders they might experience. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep quicker and deeper with the words that I use, or whether it'll be with the sound of my voice, or whether you'll fall asleep deeply and comfortably to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to fall asleep, so you can just listen to me in the background. And there was this man, he was out for a walk one day, and he was walking along a stream. And as he was walking, he was gazing around, taking in the environment, just allowing himself to comfortably relax. And this was no ordinary land. He looked around and he could see the way that the pink plants in the ground seemed to shimmer and turn to purple and then back to pink, depending on the way the light hit them, depending on the way the breeze blew them, depending on the way he saw them as he walked past. And he found the way that nature here did this fascinating. The same way that the leaves on the trees were green on one side and had a silver tint to the other side. And that would sometimes catch the light and make light sparkle and dance in the treetops. And the way these trees had unusually smooth bark. And he would enjoy going over and just touching that, and it would be as smooth as touching sanded wood. And he wandered along, following the stream. He didn't have any real plans or anything. He just wanted to enjoy going for a walk. His husband had gone away for an adventure, seeking out some ancient ruins. And so while he was away, the man just wandered around and took some time for himself and enjoyed some peace and calm and quiet, while looking forward to the return of his husband. He was curious what he would be getting up to, whether he would find these ancient ruins he was looking for. And the man continued to walk along the edge of the stream, and he could hear, it was a very shallow stream, and he could hear the way it was trickling along and bubbling, with a light bubbling sound. And he sat down on the grass next to the stream, rested his feet in the water, could feel the way the water was running across his feet. And he could feel the warmth of the sun on his face as he rested himself back onto his hands, tilting his head up slightly towards that sun to feel that warmth on the face. And then after a while, he continued wandering, listening to the sounds around him, sounds of nature, sounds of different animals and birds flying. And as he continued walking, he came to the end of the stream. He came to the spring. There's a little pool of water at this spring, and he could see in the middle of the pool the way the water was bubbling up and bobbing in the centre. And he had a drink of this fresh spring water. He could smell that watery smell. And then he noticed something else. He noticed a bottle bobbing up and down in the centre of this pool of water. And he walked into the stream, curious what this was, and he walked over through the pool of water into the centre and saw that the bottle had some string tied around it. And the string had got caught holding the bottle in place. And the string had got caught because this bottle hadn't come from being just thrown in to this little pool of water. It had come from somewhere underground. The bottle had risen up from underground on this spring. And he took that bottle out the water, popped the top off, and took out some parchment. And on the parchment, he noticed some writing, and he recognized it as being his husband's writing, asking for help and giving a map. And he didn't know what was wrong, but he knew he had to help. And he realised that the first place on this map that he could see was where this spring was, and that it was saying that under the spring is a secret tunnel. He just had to follow that tunnel, and he could see the map was laid out showing from above, and then there was a bit showing this section, showing that he was going to have to dive down. He was going to have to open a hatch underneath where the string had got caught, hold his breath, dive down a little way under the water, where he would then pop up inside a tunnel. So he sealed that back in the bottle again, decided to keep the bottle on him so he could follow the map, and it was kept dry. He dived down, he opened a hatch, holding his breath. He could hear the bubbles of the spring around him. He swam through the entrance to the tunnel, swam for just a moment, and noticed that this tunnel he'd dropped into curved upwards quite quickly, and he followed that up and popped out into a dry tunnel. He climbed out the water into the tunnel. He could hear some dripping in the tunnel, hear the way it echoed. He noticed the slight coolness in the tunnel as he stood there wet, just having got out the water. And he saw that this tunnel was already lit by torches down both sides, as if it's regularly used and maintained. He wondered whether this was a tunnel that his husband had followed, perhaps seeking out the ancient ruins. So he started walking down that tunnel, could hear the way his footsteps reverberated and echoed as he walked, wondering what help his husband needed. And after some time of walking, he came out in a vast cavern. And there were stalactites and stalagmites. And he saw that the torches continued to mark a path. So he followed those torches through this vast echoey cavern, and then back into another narrower tunnel. And he continued following this tunnel. Before coming out in another vast cavern, only this one was different. This one looked like it had been made, and in the middle of it, he could see a grand temple-looking building with the top of it all covered in gold. and gold down the sides, and a huge ornate bridge stretching over the cavern. And he walked over that ornate bridge and found himself at the entrance to this temple-like building. And the door was at least 10 times taller than he was, made of solid wood. He wondered whether he would even be able to move this door. It was so vast. He didn't want to knock because he was unsure what he would find. He felt this must just be ruins, but then someone had been lighting the way. He could see that the bridge had passed over what looked like a moat, and he wondered whether perhaps that moat is actually water that feeds the spring, and whether perhaps his husband had thrown the bottle with the note into that water, and then it just travelled down and round and popped out at the spring. And he went to push the door open, and he thought he was going to have to use a lot of strength. And yet when he leant on it and went to open it, it opened with ease, as if it was almost weightless. And it opened silently. And he crept inside and he closed that door carefully behind him. And he could see in the middle of this vast temple a giant dragon sleeping. He could see the dragon breathing, could see the dragon's chest moving, could see little puffs of smoke coming out of its nostrils as it lay there breathing and sleeping. And the occasional twitch and movement of its legs, its tail, its wings. And he carried on walking as silently as he could around the inside of the temple, exploring. And he saw a room at the far side of this room. He didn't know what would be through that room, but he knew he was going to have to pass the dragon to get there. And so he crept carefully from one pillar to the next, keeping as calm as he could, being as quiet as he could. And when he arrived at the far side, he carefully opened the door and crept through the door. And as he did, he saw all of these people stood around, looking scared, and he could see his husband looking scared. And they're all being silent. And so he went over to his husband and he whispered, "What's wrong? What are you all doing in here? Just being so silent." And he whispered back, "Did you not see the giant dragon out there?" And he said, "Well, yes, of course I saw the dragon out there." And his husband said that when he sought out these ancient ruins, it turned out they weren't ruins at all. It's an active temple. And that for some time now, there's been this dragon living in this temple. And they've been terrified of this dragon. They've been keeping quiet to try not to draw attention to themselves, to try not to get harmed by the dragon. He explained that one day one of them thought he heard a noise and felt a bit scared. And then another one thought, "Yeah, I think I heard that too," and said, "I think I heard that noise as well." And then a few more thought, "Oh no, what's happening? What have you heard?" And then as they began to all feel a bit more scared, so noise increased. And then they saw this small dragon appear that was no bigger than they were. And it came running at them, breathing fire. And they screamed and they ran away. And as they did, it got larger and larger, and the larger it got, the more scared they got. And he said this was the point that he arrived. And he saw it, and he was terrified, and he quickly wrote a note, chucked it into the water, and then ran to join them, all these people, in this room where they've been quiet ever since. And the man thought about it and thought, I don't believe that. That's unusual. How could the dragon not be there, then be there, and very quickly grow this big? And then one of the people handed him an artifact which had symbols on it and drawings around it. And he looked at that with his husband. And together they worked out that something had got into the building at some point. Something had got into the temple. Some kind of a spirit. And the spirit isn't good or bad, but it feeds off of the emotions of those who are there. And so the more scared they were, and the more they believed in the fear they were seeing, the larger that fear got, and the more real to them that fear got, until it reached a point where, from their senses, they 100% believe that that fear is real, that that representation of the fear is a real thing. So the man knew now what to do. He told them all to sit down calmly. He asked them just to nod their head if they believed that this dragon was real, and they all, including his husband, nodded their head. They could see it with their own eyes. They could hear it with their own ears. They could feel the warmth of its breath. It had to be real. He then asked them to close their eyes, to focus on that dragon as a small little dragon on the floor, and to focus on that dragon looking different, to focus on that dragon having fluffy feathers instead of scales, meowing instead of growling, and to make it so that that representation of the dragon that they see in their mind's eye in front of them makes them laugh and think that is so ridiculous, that looks nothing like the dragon they had seen. He then asked them to make it smaller and smaller, and to watch it in their mind's eye, walking further and further away, and that the further it walked, the smaller it got. And the smaller it got, the further it walked. And the further it walked and the smaller it got, the more silly it became. And it didn't take him long to have them all giggling. And then after a while, he asked them to calmly open their eyes, to walk through to the other room, notice what they can see. And as they all walked through to the other room, they noticed there was no dragon there. There was just a playful kitten on the floor, playing with a twig, knocking it with its paw, chasing it, jumping on it, grabbing it with its paws and rolling on its back with it, kicking it off. It was just an incredibly playful kitten. And they instantly felt so calm and relaxed, and realised that whatever had happened, somehow this man had managed to make this thing go away. Only the spirit hadn't gone anywhere. It had just become a representation of how they now felt collectively. And the man and his husband were now finally happy to be able to go from this place. He knew his husband was safe, and the husband knew he was safe. And they were shown a quicker way out than the way that he came in. And they left and walked peacefully through the woods, relaxing, enjoying each other's company. As they walked back home, so as you listen to me, you can begin to relax, and you can get yourself into a comfortable position and close your eyes. And while you begin to relax and begin to fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. But as you begin to deeply and comfortably relax and drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And there were two girlfriends who were on vacation together, and they decided to visit this really old library. And the library looked so old, at least many, many hundreds of years old. The building the library was in was a tatty stone building, and they walked up to the heavy wooden doors of the library. They pushed those heavy wooden doors open and walked into the library. They could instantly smell that old book smell in the library. And they acknowledged to each other that this gave it such a peaceful and homely feel. How there's something so comforting about that old book smell in this library. And they wanted to find the oldest book they could in the library, and there weren't many people here. There was someone behind a desk, and there was a couple of people sat around at tables. And they started to explore the shelves. And they looked at the different spines of the books. And they passed the more modern looking books. They worked their way up through the building, finding older and older books as they went, until eventually they found some books that were behind what was like a metal cage. And they moved that aside and started looking at the spines of these books, and then opening the books and looking at the dates and seeing which book seems to be the oldest. And they saw books saying 1691, 1542, 1328, 1269, 1141, and they realized this really old handwritten book from 1141 seemed to be the oldest book here. And it was quite a large book, and they carried that book downstairs. They asked the librarian if there were any books older, and the librarian said that's probably the oldest book in this library. And so they decided to have a look and see what it said and what it was about. They turned the pages and they looked at the writing and realized they couldn't really understand the writing. But there were pictures on every page. They looked from one page to the next. And they asked the librarian if they could explain what this book was about. And the librarian said that this book is about plants, and that there's an interesting connection between this book and the library. And they asked what that connection was. And the librarian said that there's one plant that's only mentioned in this book, that nobody knows anything really about it other than it being in this book. And as far as anyone knows, it only grows at one mountain. And yet, that mountain is a couple of 1,000 miles away. And that flower gets delivered here to this library every month. And that nobody knows who it's delivered by or why, just that it appears every month and has done since that book arrived on the shelves almost 1,000 years ago. And the women took a photo with their phone of the real plant, of the page in the book. They thanked the librarian. They put the book back. They left that library to continue their vacation. And even though they'd left that library, all they kept on talking about was that plant and the mountain the plant seemed to come from, and the fact that the plant is only really mentioned in that one book, and yet it's a real plant because it appears every month in the library. And they decide that they want to actually try and find that plant. Go and see it in its natural environment. So they decide to go and get a ship, to take a bit of a cruise that will stop off near to where the mountain is. And they'll then be able to get a coach journey up to the mountain, maybe find somewhere to stay near the mountain, and perhaps hike up into that mountain and find the plant. And so they continue their vacation now on a cruise, finding it a wonderfully romantic experience, being on a cruise ship, watching the sun set over the ocean, watching the sun rise over the ocean, seeing the blanket of stars overhead. Noticing the way that wherever they look, there's just water around them, and the movement of the waves, and the occasional times when dolphins will swim up to the ship and swim along, almost escorting the ship, diving over the bow waves of the ship, seeming to have so much fun, before breaking away and heading off back on whatever path they were on before the ship. And they would have dinner in the most luxurious restaurants. And from inside the ship, they were surprised at how they barely noticed that they were moving and barely noticed that they were on the ocean. And outside on deck, they could feel the breeze blowing in their face as the ship moved along. And after a while, the ship reached land, reached their destination. They disembarked from the ship and got onto a coach to take them to the mountain. And they'd found out that there was a hotel near the mountain, so they were going to stop and stay there for a while. And on the coach ride, they didn't have as much movement and freedom to move around as they did on the ship. but the seats were squidgy and so comfortable, and the temperature in the coach was comfortable, and they could just gaze out of the window, watching the world pass by as they let somebody else do the driving. And occasionally one or the other of them would fall asleep resting on the shoulder of the other one, just holding hands and drifting asleep, and then waking up and just gazing out the window, watching the world go by as the coach continued its journey, and the other one of them would just drift off asleep for a moment. And they found the journey so pleasurable, so relaxing, to be going with the flow, letting someone else do the driving, knowing that they could just enjoy the journey and they'll get to their destination when they arrive. And after a while they arrive at the hotel. The coach pulls into the hotel, turns around, they leave that coach and go into the hotel. And it's a reasonably understated hotel. They get shown to their room, and from the window in their room they can see the mountain, and they feel that sense of excitement as they look up at the mountain, almost like this room was meant to be, to help them to build that excitement, looking up at that mountain. And they get changed for the evening. They go and get something to eat in the restaurant. They enjoy a good meal, head back to the room, spend the night in the room. Before the next day, making sure they eat plenty for breakfast, where they can go up as many times as they like, helping themselves to the breakfast bar. And then they head up to the mountain. And part way up the mountain, the temperature begins to get colder and colder. And they're so glad that they stopped off to make sure they are correctly equipped. As they zip their jackets up and continue to ascend. And the higher they got up the mountain, the more they disbelieved that there would be a plant up here. They couldn't see how a plant could grow through the snow. And yet they continued to ascend higher and higher, eventually reaching a point where there was just less snow. Almost like there was a snow line up this mountain, where the way the mountain is positioned in relation to other mountains around here, the wind seems to perhaps keep the snow clear from this point. And they pushed through that wind. They could feel it on their face, hear it whistling past their ears, as they pushed on and pushed on. And then eventually they saw one of those plants on a cliff face high up in this mountain. They got their camera out took a photo of that plant, and continued to climb, thinking there must be more than just one. And they talked to each other about how whoever was getting the plant managed to get it to the library. Who was picking these plants, or tending to these plants, and then taking one to a library thousands of miles away. And after quite a long climb, they could see the sun setting in the distance. And looking all the way back down to where the hotel is, they were aware that for the hotel, the sun has already set. And they found this idea an interesting one, that they're not much further away from where that hotel is, and yet because they're so much higher, the sun has already set for the hotel, and yet it's just setting for them. And then they found that up here was what looked like a stone building, but it was built into the mountain, a mix between a building and a cave. And there was a wooden door. And one of the women knocked on the door, assuming that somebody must live here or be here, because somebody is tending to these flowers and getting one to that library. And then they notice a light coming from within the building. And then they hear footsteps, and someone opens the door. And the person has a big smile on their face and greets them with pleasure and enthusiasm, and asks them to come in out of the cold and the wind, and explains that the weather will probably get worse now the sun's setting, and that you don't want to be out on the mountain at night time. And they walk through the building a little way, go through another door, and realize they're walking deeper into the mountain. And then they enter through another door, into a room that's got a fire. And there's a chimney built into the mountain. And this room feels so cozy, so warm, with the most beautiful lighting, just that glow from the fire, and a couple of lights around the sides. And the person asks them to take a seat, and they take a seat. And the person asks if they want anything to eat. And they say that that'd be nice, that's kind, and they have some food made for them. And they sit and they eat the food with the person. They drink some drinks with the person. And eventually they get round to asking the person what it is they're here to ask, which is for more information about that flower, and why one of that flower is being taken to the library 2,000 miles away every month. And the person explains to them that there's someone that always lives here, that for thousands of years there's been someone who's always lived here, And as one reaches the end of their life, another comes along to replace them. And they're often thought of as being the wise ones, the carriers of knowledge. And they have to maintain their connection with the outside world, while also maintaining their connection with the mountain and with nature. And that this flower only grows here. That they've got more knowledge here than even that library contains. And that every month they continue tending to the flowers. And they take a cutting, and they grow that cutting. And then they take that cutting down the mountain, and they pass it over to someone who will then take it and deliver it to that library. And if at any point a month goes by where a flower doesn't arrive, then those who are checking, and for thousands of years have checked, see that that flower hasn't arrived at that library. A message gets around, and another person comes here who'll check the situation, and usually it means that it's time to change the person who keeps an eye on all this knowledge. And the two women talk to this person, and then one of them says that if this is a place of incredible knowledge, why is it they can't see any of this knowledge? Because it looks to them like just a small space dug into a mountainside that's cozy and comfortable, but doesn't seem to be a massive font of knowledge. And the wise one says that they'll show them something. And they take them back through one room into another room. And they take them to what looks like a cupboard in the room. They open the cupboard door. And the other side of that cupboard door, they see a stone staircase. And the wise one and the two women walk down that staircase as it spirals down. And they continue walking deeper and deeper as it continues to spiral. And after quite some time, they realize they're still walking, still spiraling down, going deeper and deeper. And they continue and continue and continue some more, going deeper and deeper, just spiraling down that staircase. And the wise one doesn't say anything, just has them walking deeper and deeper, following that staircase. And then eventually they arrive at a huge wooden double door. The wise one walks past the two women, lifts a large piece of wood off from the door that had been holding the door shut, props it against the wall, and then pushes on the two doors, opening those two doors. and then lights up this room. And as they light up the room, so that light spreads left and right, all the way round a vast chamber, and then spreads left and right around another level, and another level, and another level. And they realize that this whole mountain has an enormous hollow interior. As they look around and just see books and scrolls as high as the eye can see up, and just in every direction, millions upon millions of books and scrolls, vast quantities of knowledge. And the wise one explains that all the knowledge of humanity is stored here. That knowledge used to be stored in ordinary libraries. Some libraries were bigger and better than others. But ultimately, wars would break out, conflict would occur, and the first thing people would do is destroy the knowledge of other civilizations, to try and wipe out any awareness of past civilizations. And so what could be saved was saved thousands of years ago. And ever since, a small number of people have worked together, and they all know their bit and their cog, their role, to be able to create this collection. And the women asked, if this is so secret, why tell them? And the wise one explained that in the thousands of years, no one has ever bothered to show any kind of curiosity or interest in learning more about the flower in the library. In exploring where the flower came from, and even anyone who's climbed the mountain. No one has ever knocked on the door and asked to talk to whoever lives in the building. And that these two women are the only two who have ever shown their own initiative to follow their curiosity. To explore, to discover, and that it's only fair and right that the only two people who have ever come exploring should be rewarded by what can be found, and that the people who would do something like that are people who are likely to be able to be respected, to make honest judgments, and the women felt honoured and agreed that they aren't the sort of people who are likely to ruin the fact that this place is here. And they went and explored in this place, as the wise one showed them around. And the wise one talked to them about how their whole life is geared around gaining as much knowledge as possible, to understand the collective knowledge that's within the library. That occasionally new volumes of knowledge arrive and get placed here, but the types of knowledge that are here aren't fiction, aren't just he said, she said stories. It's knowledge about the way the world works, about culture and society around the world, about the natural world, about events that take place to preserve the history of mankind. And the wise one showed them some scrolls and said these scrolls are many thousands of years old. And then showed them other books and said these are only a few hundred years old. And then they asked, how do they know they've got enough space for the future of knowledge? And they're told that when this space was first created, it started at the top, and the first items were placed in at the top, and then as more space was needed, so they dug a new level and placed the new stuff on that level, and then as more space is needed, they dug a level beneath that. And as more space becomes needed in the future, they'll just dig another level. The spiral staircase will go down another level. A new door will be put in place. And everyone comes together. And the women asked, who does all this work if there's just one person here? And they said that as a level is becoming full, the people who drop off books and manuscripts and scrolls over the centuries, those dropping them off get told to begin to spread the message that the library is becoming full. And then workers arrive, and they set to work. They do their job, and then they leave. And there's a whole society of wise people, and they don't know who's who. Different people monitor different things. All they know is that people arrive, drop things off and leave from time to time. And then every few generations people arrive get told that more space is needed, and then large numbers of people arrive, create the space, and then they leave. And by working from the top down, they can just create larger and larger space each time. And the women find this incredibly fascinating and feel it's such a privilege to have been able to have this experience. And to be aware that there are these keepers of all this knowledge. But they feel it's a shame that this knowledge isn't more widely known. And the wise one explains why that can't be the case. That they can occasionally leak bits of information out into society to fill in the blanks on information people are trying to work out at any given time. But they've got into their habit and their routines. And the main thing is preserving the knowledge. And that in the future, maybe, society will reach a point where it'll stop warring, where it'll be prepared to focus on personal growth, where knowledge becomes a key focus of society, and then society may be ready to be made aware of this knowledge, where everyone on a planet works together, brings down barriers, and stops fighting over who is right about things, and stops having wars and destroying things. And when that time comes, then this knowledge may be shared. But until then, these keepers of this knowledge are needed. And the person asks if they'd like to spend the night, as it isn't wise to travel down a mountain at night time. And they've already eaten a good meal. So they get shown to a room. They settle down for the night. They have the most wonderful, relaxing night's sleep. And the next morning they find that the wise one is already up, has made them some breakfast. They eat that breakfast before setting off on their journey back down the mountain. They can see the sun rising, the way the low light casts long shadows, and they find their way down that mountain and find the wind is so calm this morning as they descend that mountain all the way back to the hotel, arriving back at the hotel in the afternoon, having something to eat, going to their room, relaxing after all their walking, having a long hot bath, and drifting asleep for the night. And then the next day, setting off on their journey back to the coast to cruise back to where they were vacationing. To spend just the last couple of nights there. Having had this long break before heading home at the end of their vacation, knowing they can take this experience home with them, their learnings, this knowledge and wisdom they've gained during their vacation. All of their insights and the experiences that they've shared together that they'll remember for a lifetime. So as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting comfortably asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or perhaps to the words that I use, or maybe you'll drift asleep faster to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, I'll just be telling a story in the background. And while I tell this story, you can just drift asleep comfortably. And there was a woman who was sitting by a campfire on a beach. And the sun was setting on the horizon. The sky was a beautiful orange and red. And looking in the other direction, she could see the dark blue gradually stretching across the sky. She could notice how some stars were beginning to appear. As that sun continued to set, and she could see the way the water was gently lapping on the shore, and hear the sound of that gentle lapping on the shore. She could feel the warmth from the sand, as it hadn't yet radiated away all the warmth from the day's sun. And found her attention drawn to the flickering and dancing of the campfire flame. And she was sat here with her wife, and the two of them had come out on a trip to the beach to camp on the beach, to enjoy some time relaxing, a break away from real life, a break away from the hustle and bustle of everything that you normally have to get up to and do, and instead slow things down and relax. And as the sun continued to set, so they huddled up closer to each other to keep warm around that fire, while just talking and gazing out over the sea, watching as more stars appear in the sky. And then once the sun had fully set over the horizon, and the sky was beginning to turn a dark inky blue, They laid on their backs, gazing up at the stars, wondering with curiosity about what might be out there. Talking about different things, watching the occasional shooting star go over, watching as they see little dots travelling across the sky, aware that these are satellites and wondering which satellites they're seeing as they pass over. Watching as they see the flashing lights of planes passing overhead. And occasionally hearing the sound of the planes. And discussing how curious it is the way that the sound of the plane clearly sounds like it comes from a different location to where you can see the plane because of the difference in the speed of sound and the speed of light. And how curious it is that you don't normally notice that in everyday life, in conversations. It's only when things are over a slightly longer distance that you notice that what you see and what you hear are things that happen at two different times. And they start talking about how this would be the case if there was a thunderstorm on the horizon. They would see the lightning dancing in the sky, and it would take a while before they hear the thunder reach their ears. They talked about how it's interesting that in most movies, these things are synchronized, even though in reality they wouldn't be. Talked about how in movies you can see an explosion happen, and the sight and the sound of the explosion happens at the same time, even if the character viewing the explosion is some distance away. And that it's interesting that despite it being natural to have things further away that you can see before you hear, it feels unnatural when you see this in a movie. And that very few movies seem to keep this natural. And they always found that they did this. That whenever they had time to relax, time away from work, from other commitments, they would talk about all these things that individually they think about, but never really share with anyone else. And gradually, as the night drew on and got darker and darker, the two of them pulled a blanket over them and snuggled down and fell asleep for the night. And then in the morning, they'd already planned what they were going to do. They're going to start the day with an early morning meditation on the beach, before going for a walk in the nearby woods, and then coming back to the beach afterwards to have something to eat, and to settle down for an evening again. And so the two of them stood on the sand, barefoot, so they could feel the sand beneath their feet and through their toes. They stood up and closed their eyes and started focusing on breathing in and breathing out. They started focusing on making each out-breath longer than each in-breath, so that they would trigger the relaxation response. And then they started using their senses, paying attention to the world around them. They focused outside of themselves, firstly on the sea, on the rhythmic way the waves washed ashore, and the way the waves pulled back out to sea, and then washed ashore again, and then pulled back out to sea. And they focused on the sounds of the waves. And in their mind's eye they started to see the waves and feel the waves, to really honestly and fully experience those waves in their mind. They then focused their attention on the sounds of birds, the sounds of birds above them and off in the distance. And then focused on the feeling of the breeze on their face and their skin, working out the direction of the breeze, noticing the temperature of the breeze, noticing the difference between the temperature of the breeze and the temperature of their skin, noticing the way the breeze blew their hair, and they focused on their body, what their body felt like standing there. And on the smell of the salty air. And they allowed themselves to be drawn into the moment, drawn into the experience. And then after a while, about 15 minutes that seemed like a couple of hours, they both came round from the meditation. They took a little while to sit down, have a bit of a chat before setting off into the woods. They then set off into the woods to go on a walk. and they listened to the animals in the woods. They watched the way that rays of light penetrate the canopy and dance in front of them. They noticed how being in the woods subdued some of the sound, making things that little bit quieter, and that after a little while they could no longer hear the sound of the sea. They could barely hear the sound of birds outside of the woods. And they walked deeper and deeper into the woods. And after a little while walking deeper into the woods, they found a clearing, and in that clearing was a lake. And sat on a rock beside the lake was a little bluey purpley creature. And it looked so friendly and so kind, and they walked over to it. And they spoke to it, and they asked it who it was and what it was doing here. And the creature said its name was Moz. And it's just a friendly creature, just relaxing here, looking over the lake, waiting for anyone to talk to. Anyone to share some kindness with. And they were told that if you walk around this lake, you'll find a cabin. And inside that cabin is a secret door. And behind that secret door is a secret room. And in that secret room is a secret drink. And next to the secret drink is a book explaining what that drink is. And they wondered why they were being told this. And they were told that they're the first people who've come along here in a very, very long time. They seem kind and caring people. They seem calm and relaxed people. And everyone deserves to be treated with kindness. And that's all that's happening here. And they thanked that creature and thought to each other and discussed with each other, perhaps they'll go searching for this cabin. So they started walking around the lake. All that woodland on one side and the lake on the other side. And the very gentle lapping of the water on the shore of the lake, rustling of the leaves in the woods with the breeze, the feeling of the warmth of the sun, and the sounds of their footsteps as they walked around, trying to find that cabin. And after some time walking around the lake, they found the cabin they assumed was being talked about. and they knocked on the door, and no one answered. So they walked into the cabin. And inside the cabin, it was homely and cozy and relaxing. It seemed such a friendly place to be. They sat down for a while. Having walked all this way, and while they were sat down, they were looking around the inside of the cabin, aware that somewhere here is a secret door. And then after a little while they stood up. They started checking around the walls. They started moving books on the bookshelves. They started moving ornaments. Anything that looked like a button or a lever, they would move it. And yet nothing seemed to open anything. And then one of them walked across a rug in front of the fireplace. And as they did, they noticed that the sound of their footsteps changed, not just because they'd walked onto the rug, but even while walking on the rug, they noticed their footsteps had changed, that perhaps under the rug was a secret door. And they moved the rug and saw a hatchway and opened that hatch and saw a ladder. And they climbed down the ladder and found themselves deep under the cabin in a secret room. And they turned on the light in this secret room, and in the middle of the room was a book on a pedestal, and next to the book was a drink. And they walked over and opened the book and started reading the book, reading that under this spot is a spring that heals, and that the water here has this healing property that rejuvenates cells, that heals from the cells out. And it went on to explain how it worked, what the theories were behind it. It went on to explain the history of those who lived here. It explained about how they'd ended up building a cabin over this space. It was a cabin over a cavern. And they looked at each other and wondered whether they should drink this drink or not, and decided to just have a sip or two each and see what happened. And they drank some of the drink each, and could feel the coolness of that water passing down through their body. And then they could feel this sensation, like healing happening, passing through their body, starting to pass around their body, as if this healing was getting right into each and every cell of their body, right down into their genes. And they felt this profound healing take place. And after experiencing this profound healing, they left the cabin, started their way back along the edge of the lake. They met that creature again, who smiled and said that they could tell that they've had the drink, and that if there was anything wrong within their body, that healing drink would have sorted that out, would have searched for it and healed those areas, helping to rejuvenate them and reset them back so that all the cells were as they should be, as the cells' memories say they should be. And they carried on through the woods, back to that beach, where they sat down on the beach and settled down for the night. And once again they enjoyed watching as the sun set and the stars rose and appeared. As they drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep in each other's arms. So as you listen to me telling this sleep story, you can allow yourself to get comfortable and you can begin to drift off asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my words, or the spaces between my words, or perhaps just to my voice. And as you drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. A story about two friends. They've both decided to go out on a camping trip. They've gone down to their favourite beach. And they've spent the afternoon setting up camp. They've set up a tent that they'll both stay the night in. They've made themselves a campfire. And now, just as the sun is beginning to set, so they light the campfire, position themselves just around that campfire, and they start to play a game of chess. They're just having a relaxing, mindless time, letting their minds wander while just playing a game of chess, just using that to occupy their minds. And they're just focusing on being in the moment as the sun's setting in the background behind them, as the sound of the sea sloshes on the shore, as the sky changes colour from blues to reds, and the sounds of birds begin to quieten down for the evening. And they just enjoy sitting by this campfire playing chess. And these two friends just feel so calm and relaxed in this environment. They can hear the crackling of the fire. And they decide to just put some food on the fire that they can eat towards the end of their game of chess. And while they continue playing chess, focused on that game, so they can smell the food cooking and relax. And every now and then, there'll be just a bit more of a breeze, and they'll hear the tent rustling slightly in that breeze. Then after a while, the sun's setting so far that it gets harder to see the game of chess they're playing. And so they decide to stop playing chess. They eat their food. And they decide just to go and wade in the water a little bit. The sea is so calm and still. Just the most relaxing, sloshing as it reaches the shore. So they walk down the sandy beach. And they walk up to their knees in the water just to feel the warm water. Feel the way the water's warmer than the air. Just a warm, relaxing water. Feeling the way the sand moves over their feet and through their toes as the water moves in and out, moving forward up the beach and then pulling back, pulling some sand over and through their toes. Relaxing, so calming. And they just talk as they gaze up at the night sky. Now the sun is almost completely set. There's just the faintest hint of red. And they can see the stars. And they just feel in awe looking up at the stars. And then they walk back to the tent. They go and sit in the tent. They slide into their respective sleeping bags. They notice the smell of relaxing in that tent. The way the sounds sound from within the tent. The sound of the tent moving slightly in the breeze. And the way they can just feel so calm and relaxed in here. And then they lie down. And they just talk to each other for a little while as the fire crackles away outside the tent, burning down to embers, giving the most comforting glow and flickering light. And then they both drift off asleep for the night. And as they drift off asleep, so one of them begins to dream that they've woken up, and they dream that they've left the tent, and that everything seems similar but slightly different. That it's almost like a dreamy kind of version of reality. That they feel so calm and peaceful. And they walk along the beach a little way, And as they walk, so the sun rises, and while the sun rises, they begin to see a hut a little way along the beach. And they walk all the way to that hut. They enter the hut. And they notice that around the walls of the hut are different paintings. And one of the paintings is of two people sat playing chess on a beach. And they walk over to that painting and they think it's interesting that they had been sat playing chess on the beach. And now, in this dream, there's a picture in a hut of two people sat on a beach playing chess. And they walk over to that picture and they feel compelled to touch the picture. And as they reach out to touch the picture, so the hand goes through the picture. And as soon as their hand starts going through the picture, there's a flash, and they find that they seem to be in this picture. And this is an unfamiliar beach, and they can see two people playing chess. They can hear sounds of seagulls and families in the distance, and hear the sound of the sea sloshing on the shore. And they decide they want to go and explore. And they walk along the seafront, and they can see that off a little way in the distance is a river mouth, and that there's a bench near the river mouth. And so they walk all the way along the seashore, barefoot in the sand, aware of the feeling of the sand beneath their feet and between their toes. And they arrive at the bench, sit down on the bench near the river mouth, and they're curious about this dream, and they watch as the water flows out of the river into the sea. And that at the point where the water is flowing out into the sea, there's an area of rough water where the seawater is trying to flow into the river. And they find this curious, and they notice that birds seem to like this area and keep diving into the water at this area. And they look down the river to see what they can see. And they can notice that the river has people along the sides of it for a little way, and then people just thin out. And the river starts flowing into countryside and woodland, and they can see that it seems to go all the way down to some hills, and it might even go as far as the mountains. And this is somewhere they've never been before. It just seems to be a dreamland. And they're curious at being lucid in this dream, and being aware of this dream, and aware of some of the similarities with their wakefulness and their experiences. And while they relax on that bench, they just close their eyes a moment so they can better feel the warmth of the sun and feel any breeze of the air. And they take some time to go quiet in their mind and do that. And after a period of time, quiet in their mind, they notice that they can relax their breathing, slowing their breathing down, They notice that they can begin to feel calmer, more relaxed throughout their body and mind. And they decide to wander along that river a little bit. Given that this is a dream, they know they've got as long as they like to do this, so they start to wander along the river. And they walk past families, children playing, friends and couples sitting on benches and sitting on the ground. And they continue walking past people with their feet in the water, and carry on as fewer people are around them as they go into the countryside, and carry on into woodland, still following this river. And then after a while of following this river, they see a cat. And as they see the cat, so the cat seems to notice them. And it starts almost skipping to them and purring and meowing. And it starts weaving its way around and between their legs. And they can feel the fur on their feet and ankles as that cat weaves its way between their legs. And after it's weaved between their legs for a little while, it gets in front of them and then seems to just lose the ability of its own legs. It just slumps to the floor, with its belly pointing slightly upwards. And so the person instinctively leans over and starts tickling and stroking the cat's belly. And the cat starts purring more and more, and then occasionally attacks the person's hand in a playful way, and then purrs some more. And the cat lets them stroke it for a while before they continue their journey. And after a bit further, they find someone offering grapes, and they think this is an unusual thing to find someone offering grapes. And this person offers them some grapes, and they wonder why they would want the grapes. And they say it's always good to have little packets of energy, to not overdo it, but to have just enough energy, to keep you going from moment to moment. But this person says, I'll give you some grapes if you'll help me to solve a dilemma. I need to get to the other side of the river, but I can't seem to do it. There isn't any way across, and there's no bridges for miles. And the river wasn't particularly wide, but it was too wide to jump across. And so they wondered how they could help. And they loved the opportunity to invent things. So they sat down on the ground with the cat, and while they stroked the cat, they started thinking and wondering about how they can help this person cross the river. And they didn't have much to do this with. But after some thinking, they'd figured out a way of being able to go and get some wood from the woodland and some of the vines, and use the vines and the wood to start to make a suspension bridge, to start to make it so it crosses part way, so that they can get halfway over, jump the rest of the distance, build the other side up, and connect it so that this other person can get across the river. And the person was tremendously grateful. And they got across the river and gave them the grapes. And as they continued walking further along the river, they had this feeling like it would be nice to get to the mountains, but they knew that was a long way off. And then as they were walking, they heard a rumble. They heard a rumble of thunder in the distance, and the cat jumped up into their arms, and they couldn't notice any rain, but they knew that a storm must be coming. And so they wondered what the best course of action would be. Could they get all the way back to where they came from before the storm hit? Or would it be better to hunker down and weather the storm out? And they noticed that there was a fallen down tree quite near to the river, but just slightly up a bank. And that fallen down tree, the area it had fallen out from, had left quite a big hole. So they decided to get loads of wood from around the area, to stack it across the hole, and then get loads of leaves, quite broad leaves that were near the river. Pick those and weave those in with the wood, and use the vines to help to weave it all together more, and then cover it with a bit more wood, and to build a shelter. And as the rain wasn't yet here, it was quite easy to gather everything they needed to build this shelter. So they built the shelter while it was dry, and then noticed the sound of those first drops of rain. And so they went into the shelter with the cat, sat on some seats they'd built, digging into the mud. And they could hear the rain dropping down onto the shelter, hear that pitter-patter of rain. And the cat just sat on their lap as they stroked the cat, and they just relaxed, noticing how with every drop of rain it helped them to feel more relaxed. So they just relaxed to the sound of the rain. Occasionally some water would get inside the camp, inside their little setup. And that didn't matter. They remained dry and enjoyed their camp they'd made. And they could feel some breeze from time to time blowing into the camp. And then after a while, the rain passed. And they left that camp. And they could smell that fresh air. They could smell that smell after a storm has passed by. Like the air has been cleaned and purified. And they started their journey back along the edge of the river. And the cat came with them a little way, before stopping and almost saying goodbye. And they continued their journey on their own, all the way along that river, back to the river mouth. And many, many hours had passed now, or so it seemed. And they walked all the way back to the river mouth and started walking their way back along the seafront. And they didn't know how they were going to get back into that hut, because at this side there was no picture. But they knew that somehow something would happen. So they went back. They could see where those people were playing chess. And those people weren't playing chess now. And they went and sat near that area, just watching the sea, listening to the birds. They could see the storm off in the distance over the sea, as it moved further and further away. And then after a while, they began to feel sleepy. Their eyes began to close. They began to drift comfortably asleep. And as they did, they found themselves stood in front of a picture with their fingertip touching the picture in that cabin. And they walked out of that cabin all the way back to their tent, through this surreal feeling world, and arrived back at their tent, lay back down in their tent, and felt that there was something they're learning from this experience, something therapeutic and helpful to them, as they close their eyes and drift comfortably and relaxed and deeply asleep for the night. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, so I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you continue to drift asleep, you can listen along to this meditation in the background. And it's a meditation about a couple who are celebrating their 25-year wedding anniversary. And as a celebration, they'd always wanted to go on a train journey. And the train journey takes them through mountains. It takes them through long, open plains. And it takes them all the way to a distant coast. They've always wanted to make this long train journey. And the train that the journey is on is a special train. It's one of the rare times that a steam train makes this journey. And so, for the journey, they can hear the of the steam train. They can hear the whistle as the steam train heads into tunnels, cutting through mountains. As the steam train passes by different spaces and stations, they can smell that smoke as it pumps along the side of the carriages. And the carriages are done up nicely with lace net curtains over the windows, with a table between the seats where they can enjoy fine dining. And those making this journey get their own section of carriage to sleep in, like their own little compartment. And this couple set off from an ordinary station and have a sense of excitement, of wonder of what the journey is going to entail. And as that train gets going, so they look out the window and they can see the landscape changing. They can see distant mountains getting closer and closer, feeling the rocking of that train on the track as it accelerates. They sit and drink a cup of tea with each other, sharing that experience. And as they begin to head to the mountains, so that train begins to ascend and pass through tunnels through the mountains, those tunnels getting longer and longer. And they can look down over grasslands and meadows. They can see deer and other animals down there. They can see bird of prey flying in the sky, hovering overhead. Noticing the way the sun glistens on the snowy mountains and shimmers on the grass in the fields. And this journey doesn't pull into very many stations. Most of it is travelling through scenery, just enjoying the views, with set meals at certain times. And by the end of the first day, as the sun is setting, so that train is now travelling around the outsides of a large mountain range. As they look out the window, they can see the sunset in one direction and the twinkling stars appearing in the other direction. As they continue to head towards those twinkling stars, so the sun sinks further behind the horizon. And after a while, they decide to settle down for the night. And so they head back to their cabin. They snuggle up in the bed, and in a loving embrace, they drift and float asleep. And while they drift asleep, one of them begins to dream. He dreams about his wedding day, dreams about looking out over the wedding venue, seeing all of his friends and family, seeing all of his partner's friends and family. And then that emotional moment where he sees his partner walking down the aisle, his dad walking along with him, walking him to the front, standing side by side, and having that moment where it's almost like no one else was there but the two of them, as they looked into each other's eyes and spoke about devoting their lives to each other. And he was dreaming about how now, 25 years later, he's still as devoted to his husband as he was back then, and that they're on this long train journey, this dream journey they've saved every year. They've saved a little every year, with the dream that on their 25th anniversary they'll be able to have afforded to make this journey. And as he's dreaming that, so he wakes up just ever so slightly, hugs his husband tighter, snuggles up a little bit more, feels the warmth of his body, notices his husband just grab hold of his hand slightly while being hugged, and then drifts comfortably and deeply asleep. And the next morning they awaken. They take a look at where they're at now. They can see that they've moved well on through the night, that they're now out into a more hilly area just at the edge of the mountain range, where everything outside the windows is greener, where if they look back towards the mountains they can see the white tops of those mountains, but generally everything's greener and lush, that there appears to be a lot of water around here, probably rains a lot. And they head through to the main carriage. They have themselves some breakfast. They talk about how well they slept, the pleasant dreams that they'd had. They wished each other a happy anniversary. They looked forward to the rest of this day. And the train was due to stop at a station later on in the day. And while the train is stopped and being restocked with food and refueled and having more water put on the train, they get a chance to go and stretch their legs and explore. And the train will be in the station for 6 hours before they continue their journey. And after a while the train arrives at the station, pulls into that station, and the couple get off the train, stretch their legs on the platform, feeling the warmth of the air here, surprised how warm it is, when just 5 or 6 hours earlier they could see mountains. And as they go and explore the surrounding area, they walk into an area of tall grass. And while they're walking through this area of tall grass, they suddenly hear this loud boom, followed by a second boom. And they have this sense that they just saw something like a flash of light across the sky. And then they feel a shock wave push them back onto the grass. They can see that wave travel across the grass and travel through the trees. And as they sit up in the grass, they look around themselves to try and see what it was. And they notice this silver object hovering in the distance. And then in a blink of an eye, it appeared somewhere else, having disappeared where it was. And in a blink of an eye, it was somewhere else. And then in another blink of an eye, it was virtually over the top of them, lowering itself down into the tall grass. And they were surprised at how silent this giant silver object was as it settled down into that grass. And they watched as the side of it opened, and out walked some short and thin aliens that were barely taller than the grass. They watched as those aliens walked out into the grass, seemed to be looking at objects in their hands. And they explored the grass, seeming to scan the surroundings, before getting back on to that ship, door closing behind them. And in a blink, that ship shot off again. And they didn't know what to think about this. The couple was silent for a while, not looking at each other, not talking to each other, just staring at the location of what they had just seen. And then after a little while, they turned to each other and they began talking about how incredible that was, how no one would believe them, how they never managed to get a camera out, or get their mobile phones out to take any photos. They were so shocked and stunned, they couldn't move. They just watched. And then one of them noticed that about 4 hours had passed, and that somehow time had disappeared. It didn't feel like more than a couple of seconds when those aliens came out of the ship, scanned and looked around, got back on the ship and left. And yet they could see on their watches that 4 hours had passed, and they had to rush to get back to their train. So they rushed back to their train, boarded that train, and as the train set off, continued that journey, they talked about this alien encounter. They tried to wonder where the 4 hours went, how that time could have disappeared. And one of them said that they would try hypnosis, see if they can use hypnosis to uncover what happened during that period of time. And so one of them leant over, lifted up their partner's arm, started touching gently on that arm, told their partner to gaze at the back of their hand. And as you gaze at the back of your hand, I'm going to just tap gently on the arm. And as I do, that arm can just float there, relaxed in space. And while that arm relaxes and floats in space, you can drift deeper and more comfortably into the experience. But don't let that arm begin to lower down any faster. Then you drift back to that moment in the field. You drift back to that moment in the tall grass. And as the arm began to lower down, so they began to drift back in their mind to that moment in the tall grass. As their arm reached the table and relaxed down, they were asked, "So where are you?" "I'm in the tall grass," they responded. "When are you at?" "We've just arrived in the tall grass. We've just heard the loud booms. We've just watched that craft dart unimaginably fast from place to place, and now it's landing in front of us. And tell me, slowly and gently, what happens next?" The aliens have come out of their craft. They're scanning around. A purple pulse of light has come from the scanner they're using and passed us by. And my eyes flicker slightly as that purple pulse of light reaches me. And I'm walking towards the aliens, and you're walking along with me. And the aliens are watching us head to them. And the aliens guide us onto the ship. And I can see the inside of the ship. And the aliens scan us with different items. And they measure us. They seem to weigh us. They take a close look at us. They wipe something on our skin, as if to be gathering a bit of our dead skin. And they're doing this just slowly, gently. They seem to be so calm and relaxed around us. And we stood there so calmly, so relaxed. And now they're showing us off the craft. They're showing us back out to where we were in the grass. And I can see a slight hazy purple outline in the two locations that we were in the grass. And those aliens seem to put us back just into those purple outlines. And then they head back to their place. And they press a button and that purple light begins to fade. And just as the purple light fades back to their scanners, they press a button on the scanner. And then they turn and they head back into the craft and it shoots off. And the person realizes that more happened in that time that felt like a few seconds than they'd realized. And they brought their partner out of hypnosis. And the partner and themselves talked about that experience. The partner now with a memory of the whole experience. Shared what had happened, being inquisitive about what they might have been after, fascinated and excited by the experience they had just had, and so fascinated and so excited that much of the rest of the day's journey was missed through them talking to each other about encountering aliens. And as they went to bed that night. They settled down, fell asleep, slept incredibly well, knowing that this is the best 25-year anniversary present that you could possibly have. Not only getting this train trip they'd saved 25 years for, but also meeting aliens and having an encounter that very few others will have had, and knowing that this is something that your partner knows, and so you can share this with each other, and you know that you believe each other, that you've got this shared experience, but knowing that it's something that'll be just your experience, no one else would believe you. And so you've always got this experience that's just yours, that's private to the two of them. And the next day they continue on their journey, and the train stops again for another 6-hour stopover, and they head out into a sparse open space. They can see deer in the distance. They take some photos. They have this feeling almost like they're on a safari, taking photos of deer, taking photos of wild horses, taking photos of bird of prey circling overhead. Before boarding the train again for the last leg. And the train travels along, they sleep overnight, one more night. The next day arriving at the coast. And as they arrive at the coast, then they disembark the train, they head to their luxury hotel they've booked as part of this journey. And they'll be following that train journey back the next day. And they enjoy their time in the hotel. They enjoy going and exploring this town. They enjoy a walk along the seafront at night, seeing the moon over the sea, the way it glistens and sparkles almost magically on the tips of the waves. And listening to those waves lapping onto the shore. Before heading back to the hotel, settling down for the night, knowing they've got their journey home to look forward to. And the next day they wake up and they set off on their journey home. They enjoy their journey back, stopping at those same places on the way home. Only this time they had no alien encounter. And the timings were slightly different. And so this time they got to enjoy more of the mountains. And they got to enjoy more of the bits that they passed through at night time before, that this time they were passing through at daytime. And at the end of their journey, they made their way back home. They relaxed down. They looked at the photographs they'd taken. They laughed. They reminisced. They hugged while watching video clips and photos. And they celebrated their 25-year anniversary and said they look forward to 25 more years and seeing what they get up to on their 50th anniversary. And that night, they went to bed, settled down in bed, and drifted and floated so peacefully and comfortably asleep, having had the experience of a lifetime. And while dreaming and relaxing about that experience and all that it entailed, they drifted and floated so deeply asleep, knowing that that experience and the peace and calm that it's brought, and the feelings of love will seep into each coming day, bringing a smile to their face as they go about their daily business. And they drift and float so peacefully and comfortably asleep. So take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And it's a story about someone waking up one day. And they head downstairs for breakfast. And it's really cold outside. But it's so nice and warm and toasty inside their home. And they go into their kitchen. They prepare themselves some slices of toast, smelling that smell of the toast cooking. Standing near that toaster while it cooks, watching as it pings up in the toaster, placing that down on the plate, spreading some soft butter onto that toast, that sound of the butter and the knife scraping across that toast, the smell of that butter melting into the toast. And they look at the different options of what they're going to put on the toast. They look in their cupboard, they see their jam, they see their Marmite, their honey, they see their chocolate spread. All different spreads, and they pick one out, pop open the jar, and spread that onto their toast. Then cutting their toast into triangles, arranging them nicely on their plate, before walking through to their living room, sitting down by the fire. And while sitting by the fire, they can gaze outside, they can see out into their back garden. And as they look out in the back garden, they can see some frost on the grass, a little bit on the window, on the outside. They can see a robin landing in that frosty grass. And they look at that robin as it skips across the grass before it takes off again, landing up on the fence on the outside of the garden. And they can just faintly hear it singing outside the back door, outside through those patio doors that lead out onto the garden. And they can notice that the sun is beginning to rise, And as it begins to rise, so there's just the faintest mist rising from the grass. As they feel that crunch of the toast while they just sit there eating and relaxing. And they're wondering what they're going to do with their day. The weather's been unusually cold, so they've not really been out for a while. They've watched different films. They've read different books. But today it looks like the weather's starting to improve, starting to brighten up and warm up outside. And they decide to pick an atlas off their bookshelf, sit down, and start flicking through the pages, thinking about where they'd love to visit. And they look at the different pages, the different way the maps in the atlas are laid out. The feeling of turning those pages. And they decide that perhaps they would quite like to head north. Maybe go on a bit of a road trip. They haven't been out for a while, so they decide that that'll be something different to do, exploring somewhere they haven't been before. They put the films away that they've been watching the last few days. They smile as they look at the back of one of the cases, seeing that Marshmallow Man. And they put those films back on their shelf in exactly the right location, with a home for everything. They go through to a room that their cat is asleep in. Make sure the cat has plenty of food. They phone a friend to come and check on their cat over the next few days. Make sure they're well fed, well hugged and looked after. They wake their cat for a quick hug before setting off on their journey. And they're sure that their cat wasn't as keen about being woken as they were about waking it. And after the hug, the cat circles around, plops itself back down, and falls back asleep again. And they go out to set off on their journey. And they begin travelling north. And they decide that they're not going to use any kind of satellite navigation. They're not going to use a map app on their phone or anything like that. They'll find their own way. And so they start driving. And initially they're driving through built-up areas, plenty of houses around. Then after a while, it opens out into empty space, with just the occasional farm, or the occasional petrol station, a couple of other little shops along the road. And then it thins out even more, where they realise they can drive and just see the same thing out of both windows, whether they look left or right. Just flat land, noticing some distant hilly areas, but nearby it's just long, flat land with not a lot going on. And they find staring down a road where nothing seems to change. They get moments of tunnel vision. They get moments where they suddenly lose track of time. They lose track of the speed that they're doing, as everything just seems to be so samey. They even begin to wonder whether they should continue this journey. And they find it a really unusual experience to seemingly be able to keep going on and on and on with the same view out of every window, feeling almost like they're on some kind of a treadmill or in a hamster wheel, where you just keep going and going and going, but nothing changes. And they try putting on music to distract them. They try listening to audiobooks, but all they keep focusing on is how nothing seems to change. Everywhere they look, it's just flat, with this long, straight road. The only thing that begins to change is that as the sun begins to set, the sky finally begins to change colour, from the blue that it's been for hours and hours and hours, gradually shifting to more oranges and reds. And they find this a relief, that the sky's finally changing colour, that there's something they can observe that's different. They haven't seen anywhere yet to stop though. But they feel perfectly fine and safe to pull their car off the road. They drive some distance off-road, away from the road, and they decide they're going to park up and spend the night in their car. They're pretty confident that there'd be no other cars around here, but if there were, they're far enough off the road that no other cars are likely to notice them at night time. And they set up a little campfire next to their car. They sit down on a jacket near that campfire. That crackling sound of the campfire, the dancing light, flickering flames, that warmth of that campfire that keeps them warm against the chill in the air. And they open a bag of marshmallows. They stab some with some sticks. And they cook up those marshmallows and eat those stringy marshmallows. They know it's not really a particularly substantial meal, but it's about all they had in their car. They didn't think about how far they'd have to travel between one shop and another. So they eat their way through that bag of marshmallows. And even though it's beginning to get cold, they decide to lie down for a moment. They decide that there's still a bit of warmth in the bonnet of the car, so they lie down on their bonnet of their car, the fire flickering out the corner of their eye, and they gaze up at the stars. They watch the occasional shooting star overhead. They notice the way certain stars twinkle. They see the flashing lights of planes passing very high overhead. They notice the satellites passing overhead. And they just watch that night sky, believing that as they watch, they can notice the movement of those stars. Not just the slight wobbling, but the actual movement of those stars circling around the North Star. And they focus all their attention on those stars. And then after a while, they see what looks like a satellite passing over. It doesn't look like an aircraft. And they notice that it then changes direction and looks like it's beginning to get larger in the sky. And at first, it's just a curiosity, something that grabs their attention for a moment, but not grabbing their attention enough for them to move or respond. Just something that they're now looking at. But as it begins to get larger and larger, they start noticing that it actually starts having some kind of definition. And then they can hear a slight, really low rumble, and almost feel a pressure pushing down on their body, almost like a pressure of air waves, of the sound pulsing very low frequency in their direction. And they watch as this thing gets lower and lower. And then they notice it getting incredibly close. And then a light comes on in the bottom. And it was already having a glow from the bottom, but now it has a light, more like a beam right in the centre. Now all of their attention is on this. As it gets closer and closer, and then they notice it's going to land not that far away. And they see that beam almost seeming to heat up the land beneath the craft as it comes into land. Almost like that beam is part of what's slowing down that craft, maybe part of the landing procedures. and then it all goes silent. The beam shuts off. The glowing shuts off. And they've got curiosity now, so they decide to go and investigate. They start running in the dark in the direction that craft landed. They don't feel scared or nervous, just excited at what they've witnessed and curious about what they've witnessed. And the moon isn't out. It's just a blanket of stars overhead. So there's very little light. But as they start getting close to this ship, they can begin to notice the scale of it. That it's much larger than they thought it was as they saw it coming into land. But with nothing for reference, they hadn't realized how large it was. And they saw that there seemed to be an entrance into the ship that was open. And it looked like there was perhaps aliens that have come off of this ship, and that they're roaming around in this area. They seem to be picking up samples of soil, of bits of plant life. And while they're exploring, the person decides to just quickly have a look inside the ship. They thought any time they see photos of alleged alien ships, it's always a blurry photograph taken from a long way away, and it never looks convincing. And they knew that they couldn't get a good photo from outside, because clearly it would be too dark, and to be close enough for the flash to make any difference, you'd only get a tiny part of the ship, and it wouldn't look like a ship. So they thought, why don't they just get some photos of the inside of the ship? And so they sneak into that ship. And the first thing they notice is how dim everything is on the ship. How the lighting in the ship is almost like dawn or dusk. And they find their way down a corridor. Doors seem to open automatically for them. And there doesn't seem to be many aliens on this ship. And they walk into one room, and they think it kind of resembles a kitchen. They walk into another room, and it looks like it's full of controls, and so they assume this is what they would probably call the bridge. And then they start hearing some footsteps, and they hear a sound followed by a clunk. And they wonder if that was the main door shutting. They hear what sounds like talking, but they don't understand it. And they can hear footsteps down the corridor, heading their way. So they quickly hide themselves behind one of the panels. And then the aliens that were outside the ship come into the bridge, sit down at the different panels, can be heard communicating with each other, can be heard pressing different buttons. And then one of them looks like they've picked up a quartz crystal and placed it in a space with the hand on top of it, and then pushed it in, and as they do, it's almost like electric or some kind of blue lightning spreading out from that crystal across the channels on the control panel, illuminating that control panel, giving all the control panels an electric blue outline to all the buttons, and then a red light coming on next to one of the other aliens. They push the red light, and there's the slightest of jolts, and then silence. And then after a few moments, they notice this really bright light shining in through the front of this room. And then the window, or whatever it was that the bright light was shining in through, starts to darken itself. And they recognize that that bright light is the sun. And as they look in the direction of that bright light, they see that they're circling around the earth, and that as they're circling from the dark side of the earth around to the other side, the sun is appearing from behind the earth. And they realize in that split second they'd gone from being on the ground to being in space. And they watched in awe out the window, before suddenly realizing the situation they're in. And with that realization, they jump up from behind the panel and turn to face the aliens and start shouting and saying, "Hang on, I'm on your ship." And they notice that the aliens appear startled and seem to look at each other, and then look back at this person stood right in front of them. And then the aliens start talking, and there's something about their voice tonality that lets the person know that perhaps these aliens are a bit shocked by this situation. They can't understand the aliens, but something about that voice tonality seems to give away how they feel about this situation. And the person says that they don't understand. They don't understand what's being said. And the aliens don't immediately understand the person. Then one of the aliens walks over to what turns out to be a cupboard at the side. Presses a button, the cupboard pops open. They take something out of that cupboard that's like a long kind of stick, and they point that stick towards the person. They start walking towards them. They press a button on that stick, and the person's a bit nervous about what's happening now, and starts talking and asking, what are they doing? And as the person talks, so they hear a sound coming out of the stick. But the sound coming out of the stick sounds like the aliens. And then the alien with the stick starts talking. And then a sound comes out the other end of the stick that sounds like a person. And they realise that this is some kind of translator. And they begin to have a dialogue. And the aliens say that when they fly from planet to planet, they gather samples to see if there's any life on those planets. And many planets, there's no life. But other planets, you think there's no life, and it turns out there's microbial life. There's other sorts of life that's too small to notice at first. And then some planets have an abundance of life, and they have to land in multiple places to gather samples, and that the samples contain a lot more than just what they've gathered the sample of. That there's a lot that can be gathered from the soil. And that they also try to get an idea of what other life is around that they don't want to interfere with, that might be more intelligent. And so at times they'll try and encounter that life, and they'll use this universal translator, which can actually pick up what it's pointing at. It's very directional and can pick up what it's pointing at from a huge distance. And they don't normally have to use it to translate the opposite direction. And they want to know what this person's doing on their ship. And the person explains that they're just curious. They saw it land, and so they had to go and investigate. And the aliens respected that curiosity. They recognise that this person's just doing essentially what they do. That out of curiosity, they go and investigate places. They land places and go places where no one's invited them to be, because they're curious and they want to learn. And the aliens decide that they want to take advantage of this situation to learn from this human. And this person wants to learn from them. And the aliens say there are certain things they can't share. Certain things that would be too advanced. Certain things that if they shared them, it could tip the balance of the progress being made, technologically. And the person understood this and explained about how that could be like people with computers, showing those computers to people during the Renaissance, that they wouldn't have a concept for how it works. And if someone ever did manage to figure it out, it would jump a huge chunk of knowledge building that helps with the deep understanding. And so the person and these aliens engaged with each other for a while before the aliens said they're going to have to take this person back to where they came from, that they obviously can't remain on the ship. And the person wanted to spend a lot more time on this ship and thought that it sounded really exciting to just travel from planet to planet. They wanted to know more information about how this ship can travel through space to all of these different planets, given how far apart they are, and what kind of lifetime that travel would happen in, and what propulsion these aliens were using. And the aliens said that one thing they could say is that propulsion is the wrong way to think about it. The propulsion will never get you anywhere quick enough. That it's more about being in point A and then being in point B, and less about travelling from point A to point B. And in no time at all, that ship was back where it came from, and the person was walked to the exit. They walked out of the exit, started walking away from the ship. And they felt a pressure pass through them, heard a low rumble, and as they turned around they saw there was no ship there anymore. And they walked back to their car, and they saw that fire still burning. And they put the fire out, climbed into their car, lowered the seat, and decided to just make the most of this last few hours before dawn, to drift and float asleep. But as they were drifting asleep, so their mind was still preoccupied with their experience. All that talk to themselves about how bad photos are of alien craft, all that UFO footage that's always blurry, or distant, or so up close that you can't really make out what's in it. And they just went and talked to aliens and forgot to get their phone out and take any photos. And all they've got are their memories. And as they fall asleep, they wonder whether they'll end up thinking it was just a dream by the morning. And the next morning, they could feel the sun shining through their car windscreen onto their face. They could notice that light passing through their eyelids. They woke up feeling a bit stiff in that car seat, left their car to stretch their legs for a bit, and stretch their back and their arms, before getting back into their car to continue their journey north. And while making their journey north, they phoned up their friend to check that their friend has been checking on their cat. Their friend reassured them that their cat's perfectly fine. They carried on their journey, eventually passing into some deep forest with tall trees, densely packed together. They continued going through that forest. And after a long drive, the terrain began to change, began to become more hilly. They could notice that it was getting significantly colder outside of their car. They saw a little shop which they stopped off at, grabbed themselves some snacks, made sure that they had everything they thought they would need, and then carried on their journey. And then they found this clearing among the forest, where some of the trees had been cut down. There was a bit of a meadow, and there was a view down over a lake. They decided to stop up here, have something to eat. And while they stopped, just on the edge of that forest, in that meadow, looking out from the top of this hill down over that lake, looking at the way the sunlight danced on the surface of the lake, they could see the way squirrels were chasing each other around the trees, hearing their claws as they scampered. They could see birds circling overhead. And they're aware how cold the air was here. And they knew that they weren't that far off being as far north as they wanted to travel. And they felt that it was probably the other end of that large lake down there. That's probably where they'll stop up. So after having a break, having something to eat, they jumped back into their car, continued their journey. A few hours later, travelling along the side of that lake, and sometime later as the sun's beginning to set, arriving at a cabin that they've booked to stay in for a little while, just for a couple of nights. And the first thing they do is have a nice warm drink in the cabin, sit in front of the fire for a while, before heading outside long after the sun has set. And they're wrapped up, really warm. They recline back on a seat, and they watch the aurora in the sky, watch that light dancing and moving around, the occasional shooting star, watching those satellites pass overhead, being reminded with each satellite of their experience with the aliens, aware that no one would probably believe them if they told anyone. And as that night progresses, so they notice the full moon just beginning to appear over the horizon, and that low down moon adding silver shimmers to the surface of the lake, with that silver shimmering, rippling with the gentle breeze across the lake. They walk down to the lake's edge, and they can see the way the water is just gently rolling onto the stones at the edge of the lake, and then rolling back. And they can see those stones are rounded from years and years and years of being rolled gently onto the shore and gently back into the lake. Almost like those stones are just turning in place. And as they crouch down to get closer to that water, they notice that it almost sounds like the stones are talking to them, the way they're just rolling onto the shore and crunching on each other and rubbing together, as their brain notices patterns in the sounds that are made by those stones across the shore. Almost like a slightly crunchy voice as the stones rub together, a bit like rubbing wet stones between the palms of your hands. And while they're crouched down, they pick up some of the larger stones, and they decide to leave their mark here. And just in this really shallow water at the edge of the lake, they use those larger grey stones, placing a large stone on the bottom, then almost in a mindful, focused state, they begin to balance some of the stones on top of each other. Making stacks of stones that look almost impossible to be standing. And they do about 3 stacks of stones that look almost gravity defying, taking immense amounts of patience and a connection with those stones, with feeling the stones, feeling the centre of gravity with each stone as they pick it up and hold it and move it around. And as they make the tip of the stone make contact with the stone beneath it, and then feeling for just the point where that stone is just right, where they can begin to gently move their hands away, leaving that stone resting there. And they wonder how long these stones will remain standing, and what other visitors will think if they discover them here, standing in these positions. And just as they begin to hear the first sounds of a songbird in the morning, they head back into the cabin. They go to bed and drift comfortably asleep. And the next day they wake up, they go outside, they can see those stones still standing. They walk along the lake a little way. They've got the forest along one side of them, travelling up hills. And then an area of no trees down to the lake. And they walk their way around the lake. They sit down on some of the large stones, wondering how those large stones got there. Noticing some of the moss-covered stones, feeling the softness of the moss. And they see next to one stone is the most pristine looking white rose with a red ribbon tied around the stem. And they wonder about that white rose as they take a look at that and place it back. And they've come to see what it was that they've seen. They wanted to see the aurora for the first time. They thought that would be a magical experience. They wanted to have an experience of doing something different. And they certainly got that. Although there was a point on their journey where they thought they wouldn't, where they thought the whole journey might just be in a monotonous drive. And yet, they've been in an alien spaceship. They've seen the aurora. They've come to this most beautiful location. This location where no one else is here currently. And they're staying in this cabin. And they've got this lake to themselves. There are no other cabins around this lake. And after sitting on that stone for a while, just hearing that sloshing of the water lapping the shore, and noticing a very slight mist across the surface of that lake, they decide to walk into the forest a little, noticing the sound of their footsteps on the stones, and then on grass, and then slightly crunchy as they enter the forest, and noticing the quality of the sound change as they enter into the forest, and the atmosphere change as everything darkens slightly in the forest. But the way shards of sunlight still manage to occasionally break their way through the canopy, dancing in front of them. And they enjoy just walking a little deeper and deeper into the forest. And they walk slowly and quietly, trying to barely make a sound, so that they can really enjoy nature without disturbing that nature. and they catch a glimpse of what looks almost like a silver fox, just plodding along, that stands out against the browns and the greens in the forest. And they watch that for a while as it walks past, and then heads off in a different direction. They hear a bird launching itself out of a tree, the flapping sound of its wings, almost like it's somehow trying to punch its way through the canopy. As a single fluffy white feather slowly moves left and right and circles round, coming down in front of them, being caught in a glint of sunlight as it falls to the forest floor. And as they walk deeper into the forest, so they discover a door. And it's a door that's in a tree. And they decide to walk through that door. They open the door. And at the other side of that door just seems to be rolling hills and a track leading all the way to a tall white palace. And there seems to be a river that's weaving its way through the hills that passes straight past the front of that palace, and then travels off around the side of the palace and then off into the distance, continuing its weaving through the hills. And this person wonders about the validity of the experience. They've never found a door in a tree before, and they walk through that door, and they turn round to look at where they've come from. And as they turn around, they see a door frame here on a hill, and they walk around that door frame. And it just looks like a door frame. And yet with the door open, in the centre of the door frame is that forest they've just come from. But here it just looks like a door frame. And they see someone up on the hill, not far from this door frame. And they think it's curious that there should be someone just where they appear. And they walk over to that person, and as they get closer they notice the person's painting. They're painting that view, they're painting that palace. And that person's incredibly polite and friendly. Asks if they want to paint too. That sometimes you can get your ideas down on canvas and you can paint the reality you want. You don't have to paint the reality you see. And you look at their painting and you notice the differences between their painting and the view that they were painting. And so you decide to stand next to them, and while talking to them, you begin to paint. And they're incredibly engaging. And you're curious who they are, why they're here. And they explain that they knew they had to be here to meet this person. And this person wanted to know how. And they said they didn't know. They just knew. They had this feeling like they needed to be up on this hill right now. And they knew when they're up on this hill they had to occupy themselves. They didn't want to just sit here twiddling their thumbs. And so they decided to paint. And they thought that when this person arrives, maybe they'll want something to do. So they thought they would bring along some additional art stuff. They said this is all an experience to teach this person something about appreciating moments, even moments that seem boring and uneventful. That it's all too easy to want to chase the next high, chase the next event, but sometimes you need to be able to slow life down and appreciate what you've got in the moment. And they felt painting was a good way to do that. And the person began painting the view. And they tried to get the hills just right. They tried to get the perspective just right. They tried to get the palace just right. And this painter leant over and said, "Don't try and get it right. Try and paint what you feel. Paint what you believe you see, not what you do see." And so the person began to alter their painting. They began to add emphasis to that palace which stood out for them. They began to add emphasis to the way that water seemed to weave its way through the landscape and almost be like a focal point guiding their attention from where they are down to the palace and then off into the distance. And they began to place less emphasis on those hills, but more emphasis on the difference of colours of the hills. They started to notice that although their brain assumed the hills were all the same green, all the same grass, they're now noticing that those hills in the distance look a different colour to the hills here that they're sitting on. And they started painting in a different way. And they began to get absorbed in this moment, in this peaceful and relaxed moment. And the painter shut up and just smiled and let them paint. And together they painted for quite a while. And the painter told them that they could take that painting back with them. And that it's their time to go home. And the painter packed up and left. And the person took the painting, walked back through that door, closed that door behind them, and found themselves back in that forest. They walked through that forest, headed back towards the cabin. They arrived back at the cabin. They placed that painting up on the fireplace so that they could have a good look at it, to try and analyse what it is they'd done this painting of. They hadn't yet worked out in their mind how this experience was possible. But they knew they've got a painting out of it, so it must have been real. And as they looked closely at their painting, they noticed that the way they'd painted that palace wasn't just white, but it almost looked like it was made of ice. It almost looked like it reflected and glowed on the horizon in the light and really stood out against the landscape. And they noticed that somehow they'd also managed to paint in a little figure of someone standing there over near that palace. And they drifted in their own world while they were painting. They almost got so absorbed in the painting that they lost awareness of the fact that they were painting. And they looked closer at that figure, and they thought that's an incredibly detailed figure to have drawn. But they couldn't look closely enough, so they got their phone and they took a photo of that figure in their painting, and then pinched that photo on their phone and zoomed in on it. And the more they zoomed in, the more that figure began to look almost holographic, almost like it somehow was 3D and stood out on their painting. And they couldn't understand how it was possible to have painted that, and what this meant. And they went to their painting, and they touched that figure to try and feel that painting, to see what that was painted with. And as they touched that figure with their finger, so this hologram appeared in the cabin with them. And then the hologram turned out to be the aliens, and that they said that they were trying to give this person a learning experience and a way of communicating and checking up on that experience. And that when they were walking through that forest, they'd used certain sound waves to begin to influence their neurology. And then they're able to give them an advanced experience, almost like a hallucination. And they used an example of it being a bit like being able to create an alternate reality for them, a bit like a computer game. Only this allowed them to be able to do a mix of reality and simulation together to see how they would respond. And they'd place them in an environment, a bit like being in a computer game that you can interact with. And the person thought to themselves that this almost could be perceived like magic, that if it was seen by someone who didn't know about computers, didn't know about the progress of technology, you could definitely take it as almost being magical. And so they wondered how this painting was done. And they explained that that was part of the experience. That everything they were perceiving through their senses was made up by their senses via the sound waves that were messing with their neurology. But it was interacted with real items, and there was no real door in a tree. It was actually a door into this alternate area. And the person found this fascinating, that these aliens wanted to learn how humans responded, about human behaviour, human consciousness. And knew that this person also wanted to learn about consciousness. And the aliens said that they were nowhere near there now, and that they'll leave this painting with them. That if they want to communicate, they can just press that hologram. It'll respond to the DNA through your skin, through that touch. So anyone else touching it, it'll just be like someone must have made a hologram and stuck it on the painting. But if they touch it, it's actually an advanced technology. It'll respond to that DNA. And then that'll allow it to monitor the environment they're in before deciding whether they allow that communication. Because they still don't want to disrupt the path of human progress. And then that hologram fades. And they keep that picture up on their mantelpiece, up above the fire, while they go off to bed, knowing the next day they're travelling back home. And they sleep so deeply, so soundly. And then wake up the next morning feeling so refreshed. They pack everything back into their car, including this painting. They glance over at those stones still standing on the edge of the lake. And they start their journey home. And as they journey home, so they journey back. Up near that meadow, seeing how butterflies and other insects are flying in and out of flowers here now. As they travel through the forest, and then out into that open area again. Only this time they're preoccupied with the thoughts of the experience that they've had. And after a long drive, stopping off part way, but this time stopping off at a little motel rather than just sleeping in their car, and then continuing their journey. And as they get nearer to home, they start thinking about their cat, wondering whether their cat has missed them, imagining the cat probably has barely moved while they've been away. And as they arrive home, they notice the cat sat on the mat right behind the front door, meowing away, and then it leaps up and scrambles up their trouser leg and scrambles up into their arms and starts purring. And they try to put the cat down, but it keeps jumping up and clinging on, and they realise that the cat's missed them. So they hold on to that cat, and they just stroke that cat in their arms as they pick up their post, place it down on a side. And they head through and into the living room. They manage to get the cat down onto the floor. And they make themselves a drink, and they feel so pleased to be home, that they've enjoyed their experience, but at the same time, they enjoy being back home in the comfort of their home. They hang the picture on their wall in their living room, and they know it's not the greatest piece of artwork, but they're really proud of it, and they know the deeper meaning behind what it is. And they know that that's a secret that they'll be keeping, most likely for years. And then they go through to the room with the cat's bed. And while they're walking through to that room, they phone up the friend who have been looking after their cat, who tells them the cat's been fine. And as they are talking to that friend, they see the cat back on its bed, and they're curious about this tiny little pyramid that's next to that cat. And they talk to this friend about it. And the friend says they don't know what they're talking about. That's nothing to do with them. And then the cat seems to almost knock that pyramid away, as if it's almost trying to hide that pyramid behind its bed. And the person smiles, thinking that's just ridiculous, as they say goodbye to the friend. They make sure the cat has enough food and water. They go out into their garden. They sit down in the garden. And they drink a warm drink, gazing down their garden, still having thoughts about the experience they've been on. Then that night they head up to bed and drift comfortably and relaxed, asleep. Okay, so just take a moment to close your eyes and allow yourself to get comfortable. And as you get comfortable, you can begin to drift off asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words, but as you continue to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And this story is about two men going on a holiday. And ever since they first met, they've always shared that they've both always wanted to go on a safari. But in all the time that they've been together, it's just never happened that they've had enough money or the situation to allow themselves to do that. And now, after many years of being together, finally they're going on safari. And they've travelled out into the middle of nowhere, staying in a lodge that's miles and miles from the nearest town. And it took them a long time to get here, to travel to this country in a plane. to travel from the airport all the way out to this lodge. And they've arrived at this lodge late in the evening, and it's still incredibly warm. And they're aware that it will get colder as the night progresses, but currently it's still a very warm temperature. And they enter that lodge, they check into their room, they put their luggage in the room before heading down to the restaurant to have something to eat. They sit in that restaurant, they can hear the background mumbling of people at other tables, sounds of cutlery and crockery and glasses, and everything just feels so calm. The sounds are muted and relaxed. And they enjoy their meal together, talking quietly across the table to each other. And they can look out over the grounds of the lodge, seeing the trees swaying, illuminated by moonlight. A pool out there, the silvery light dancing as the wind just gently blows across the surface. And they can hear the nighttime sounds as they continue to eat their food and enjoy their first evening here. And after they finish their food, they go out for a walk around the grounds, making the most of a pleasant evening. Before heading to the lodge's spa and going into the outdoor jacuzzi and relaxing in that bubbling, warm water, listening to the sounds of the night, the occasional sound of bats flying over, sounds of crickets, the occasional sound of a bird. And the distant rustling of leaves of the trees as the wind blows a breeze. Just relaxing in that jacuzzi, feeling of that bubbling water, massaging and tickling the body. That weightless feeling of the body in the water. Continuing to enjoy each other's company. Feeling like this jacuzzi is massaging away all the stresses, all the tension from the long flight and journey here. And as the night got later and later, so they went to bed and drifted comfortably asleep, falling asleep so quickly because of how tired they were from their journey. And the next day they go for breakfast at the lodge. And the breakfast is a self-service breakfast. So they go up, they help themselves some food, some drink. enjoy that breakfast before going with others on a tour for the safari. And this is what they really wanted to do. This is what they came here for. And in the back of a 4x4, the two of them and some others travel off from the lodge, initially following the road and then turning off onto a dirt track. Following this dirt track, bouncing along, heading towards some woodland. And the men have their cameras out, always ready to take a photo of anything they might catch a glimpse of. They keep looking at each other and smiling as they think about the fact that they're here together on this journey, on this safari. And after a couple of hours of driving, the 4x4 pulls over, skids to a halt near the woodland, and they all get told to get out of the 4x4, that they're making the rest of this journey on foot. As they all head off deeper into that woodland, trekking their way through the woodland, and the terrain is difficult to walk on, so they understand why they wouldn't be able to get this way in a 4x4. There's not a lot of room between the trees. There doesn't seem to be any sign of a path that a vehicle could take. And they feel like they're walking uphill slightly, although being in dense woodland, it's difficult for them to tell. And then after a while of walking through the woodland, they notice the trees thinning, and there are more rocks and boulders, and they notice that they are getting higher. And then the guide gathers everyone together, says we're going to stop here for something to eat and drink. So the group stops, they enjoy something to eat and drink. They can feel the warmth of the day in this slight clearing, and notice that sun overhead. And after eating and having something to drink, they continue to follow the guide until eventually they notice that they're at the top of a cliff. And it's not a particularly high cliff, but it's a cliff that looks down over a vast plain. They can see off in the distance what looks like some mountains or very high hills. In another direction they can notice some more dense trees. But they realise they're looking down over a vast plain, and the guide says that that's where we're going. We're going to be going down there to that plain. And the guide starts leading them down a narrow path that weaves left and right and left and right down the side of that cliff edge. And it's quite a narrow path, but reasonably easy to follow. And the guide jokes that later on we'll be heading back up this path. The getting down is the easy bit. And so they head all the way down to the plain. The men stop and they take photos of different animals they spot. They're really excited by their experience, having this once-in-a-lifetime experience they've waited years to have. And they've both got ideas of what it is they would love to photograph. And as they walk out into the plain, the guide says that there's a truck out here waiting for them, and that they'll be getting in the back of this truck to travel deeper into this area. And that being in the truck is obviously safer here than being on foot. And they reach the truck or climb into the truck, as it then travels across that plain. And once it's travelled quite a distance, it pulls to a halt, giving them time to get their cameras, look out the windows, and take photos of a pride of lions, take photos of other animals, of zebra, and photos of animals drinking at a river. And they find it interesting that they're aware that these animals, some of them hunt the others, and yet down by the river, they'll be drinking side by side. And they took as many photos as they could of all the different animals they saw. And they took photos of eagles flying high in the sky, so gracefully circling, catching warm air, rising up, circling up higher, seemingly effortlessly. And then the truck would move on to another area, travel some distance, where they would get an opportunity to take some more photos. And then it would move on somewhere else, and they'd take more photos. And then it arrived at what was like a mini lodge. And the guide said that we'll be just staying here for the night, and then in the morning you'll make your journey back. And they all disembarked and went into that lodge. They're all shown to rooms. And then after everyone had gone to bed, the two men were researching this area and were talking about their photos, about the animals they'd seen, and were already sharing some of those photos online. And they were talking about how surprised they were that even in the middle of nowhere, you can manage to access online and share photos. And as they were researching the area, they found out that there are some ruins not that far away from here. So they decided, while everyone drifts and floats asleep, that they would just nip out. It's only a very short walk. And they'd walk to that location just to check out the ruins. And they felt like the location they were in was safe, It was all gated and fenced off, and it seemed like the ruins were within the fenced off section, but just in a deep area of woodland. And in that deep area of woodland, it looked like these ruins were ancient and had been there for a very long time. And they didn't come here to explore ancient ruins, but they felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So they snuck out with some torches and they went exploring. They pushed deeper into that woodland, searching for signs of those old ruins. And after a little while, they started noticing some stones on the ground that were heavily overgrown, but resembled broken walls. And they realized they must have arrived where the ruins are. They shone their torches around and they explored those ruins. And then one of the men found an entrance, and so the two of them went over to that entrance. They shone their torches in the entrance, and the torchlight disappeared into the blackness. They realized that there were some steps down into this section, and this entrance wasn't highly visible. It's just that out here with torches, you can notice when the torchlight isn't shining on something, when the torchlight seems to just disappear. And they descended those steps, going down into those ruins. They could hear a very slight dripping sound down here in the ruins, and realized that perhaps a stream off of that river must pass overhead somewhere near here, and that water must just gradually filter through the ground. So they could hear the way that dripping would just echo down here in the ruins. And they thought to themselves that it makes sense that the ruins would be by a stream that was probably the path, or a large part of a path of the river, going back thousands of years. And their footsteps echoed as they explored these ruins. And after a little bit of searching, they found a doorway. It's like a stone covering a gap. And they moved that stone aside, worked together to slide that over. They walked into this open space and realized it was a large chamber. And in this chamber, their torches glistened and shone and reflected off of large amounts of gold around the walls. They noticed there was inscriptions writing around the walls, and incredibly intricate artwork and pictures. And they realized that the pictures seemed to be depicting a story about an ancient civilization that once existed here, that had to leave as times changed, as uncertainty set in, as the flow of water changed course and reduced, as the area stopped being sustainable for their civilization. And so gradually the civilization dwindled as members of this civilization went off to find new lives, and they saw a chest at the back of this room. They went over to that chest, lifted the heavy lid, and inside was a scroll. They took that scroll out of the chest, and as they unrolled it, so they began to both have this sense of inner wisdom, like something on this scroll was communicating directly with them and resonating within them. They felt this deep connection with each other, with the world around them, with the environment, like everything's connected. They felt this was a profound experience. They put that scroll back, closed that chest, found their way back out of these ruins and headed back to the camp, headed back to that mini lodge. And as they lay in bed together, drifting off asleep, they just found themselves talking about the experience they had individually, and how they had such a similar feeling, such a similar experience to each other, from going into those ruins, from looking at that scroll, and that somehow they both felt the same, that they should put the scroll back and leave and not mention it. And they felt that they were taking away some learning from that experience, learning from what had happened to the ancient civilization, what they learned about them. And they felt they'd both developed a greater sense of inner wisdom, and they drifted off asleep. And the next day they got back in that truck, travelled back across that plain. They took the opportunity to take more photos, and they enjoyed the different light, taking these photos in the morning, shortly after the sun had risen, contrasting to when they were taking photos in the afternoon towards when the sun was setting the day before. And they headed back and had to climb up that cliff. They climbed up the cliff, took this last opportunity to take some photos from the top of that cliff over the plain. This last opportunity to enjoy the view. And the two of them just held each other, looking out over the view, taking that view in together, holding these memories they'd been creating. They took a photo of themselves up here, with the plain in the background, those mountains off in the distance, the woodland, that river, before walking through that woodland back to the 4x4. Then making their journey back to the main lodge. They'd been here a couple of days now, and the plan was to go out and do a few more things, a bit more exploring, over the week that they're here. They look forward to going on a hot air balloon ride one morning. They look forward to going to a nearby animal sanctuary and looking at the work that they do there on another day. They look forward to a couple of days of just enjoying, relaxing, and chilling out. And then, as their holiday draws to an end, they leave here, travel home, and once home, they get some of the photos printed up, some photos of them together on holiday, photos of them in a hot air balloon. They put those photos up at home before going to bed and drifting and floating comfortably and relaxed asleep, knowing they've learned so much, drifting asleep, dreaming of their learnings, of their time together, feeling a sense of inner well-being and serenity as they drift and relax and float asleep. Take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you will relax deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And it's a sleep meditation about someone at home, and they decide that they're going to clear out the loft, and they haven't cleared out the loft for a long time. It's one of those tasks that they keep putting off. And so this day, it's raining outside. They can hear that rain on the window. They decide that as it's a grey day, it's a good day to head up into the loft. And they pull down the ladder, climb the ladder into the loft. They can smell that loft smell. They can hear the rain on the roof. And they turn on a light in the loft. And they look around at all the boxes stacked up in all the corners. And they walk over to one of the boxes, take it down off of other boxes. And they're going to go through and sort things out. And the first few boxes they sort out really easily. They go through those boxes and it's just paperwork. It's things that some of it gets kept, some of it gets thrown away. But by the time they're down to about the third or fourth box, they start finding more personal content. They find some old love letters. They find packs of photographs. And they start going through those photos. And even though they know that they should be just cleaning up and not stopping to look through things, not getting distracted, they find it almost impossible to avoid being distracted. And they sit down cross-legged on the floor. And they're looking through a pack of photographs. And they see some photographs of a trip to Paris, taking photos up at the Eiffel Tower, taking photos looking out from the Eiffel Tower. And they find a set of photographs, all individually taken. They notice that they carefully piece together, so they lie them down on the floor. And they carefully start, almost like a jigsaw puzzle, fitting those photographs together to create a panorama of Paris from the Eiffel Tower. And the photos don't quite fit perfectly. And there's something that adds charm to how careful those photos were taken, and yet each one was just very slightly off from the previous one, the camera held at a slightly different angle. Whereas nowadays they know that they could just stand there, press the shutter, turn around, release the shutter, and a panoramic photo will just process and look fine. And looking at these photos and the imperfections in the photo and in the way it was taken helps them to just drift back in their mind's eye to memories of a simpler time, to memories of a time where you try and learn, you try and gain some skill at doing these things for yourself, rather than just pressing a button and having a device that does it all for you. And recalling those days when it could be weeks after you took the photos before you have an opportunity to go to the shop to get the film developed, and to then discover which photos turned out okay, which ones turned out blurry, and only discovering it weeks later. And as they reminisced, they thought about how that was almost like having a second holiday, that there'd be something exciting about being able to get the photos developed weeks later and revisit that holiday with those around you, and recalling again the different things that you did and took photos of. But you would often take a lot of photos that wouldn't be particularly good, that nowadays you can just delete, or perhaps never even look at. And you could only take a small number of photos per film. And so each shot became more special. You would know that you only had 28 shots, perhaps even 30. And so you didn't want to just use them all up on the first thing you see. And by not using them all up, you spent more time looking, taking in the environment, taking in places you visit. And they started thinking about how simple that time was. And as they sorted those photographs, they moved on to the next box. And they sorted more photos from that box. And then they found a box that contained stuff that they just put in storage, that was handed down from their parents. And they opened the box, and they could see old photos. They would call them black and white photos, but looking at them, they looked more like shades of brown. And they're really old photos. And they found one that had 3 people sat on 3 separate camels, and they're all wearing old army gear. And in the background are 3 pyramids. And they looked closely at that old photograph, that grainy photograph. And they imagined what it would be like to be there in Egypt, what it must have been like for that old distant relative. They decide that they would take a bit of a break from sorting things out. And they sit, relaxing against a wall, listening to that rain outside. And they let their eyes close. And as they hold that photograph with their eyes closing, and the sound of that rain, so they imagine themselves back in Egypt, imagining the sound of sand slamming into the outside of a tent as a sandstorm rages outside that tent. What it would sound like for that tent to be shaking, vibrating in that wind. And then waiting for that sandstorm to begin to calm down before opening the tent and heading out into that bright sunshine and looking in all directions and just seeing sand, and then noticing the pyramids standing tall and walking towards those pyramids. And then finding the way into one of them, following a tall but narrow path into that pyramid, climbing a ladder, following some stairs and a slope, with the sounds of the desert fading away into the background. Before coming out into a chamber and stepping into that chamber and having the footsteps echo around the chamber and shining a torch around that chamber and seeing golden items, and then going to the back of that chamber and noticing that the hieroglyphs on the walls look so well preserved, as if they could have been made yesterday. And instinctively running the fingers down the wall, feeling the texture of the wall, the feeling of those hieroglyphs. And then running the finger around a hieroglyph of a cat and feeling that it feels almost like it's a little bit loose. And yet, on touching this, they had assumed that they're all carved, all chiselled into the rock. And pushing on that cat, and then hearing a rumbling, seeing some dust fill the lower part of the chamber as a wall slides open, and finding a path deeper into the pyramid, and following that path deeper and deeper into the pyramid, knowing that you're probably the first person since this was built to ever go through here. And as they go through, they find themselves in a chamber that's so large the torchlight barely illuminates the walls. And in the centre of the chamber, they can just see this purple, spinning, glowing, throbbing orb, almost like it's pulsing with energy, almost like it's crackling with electricity. And they walk over to that orb, and as they near it, they have this sense that they can feel that pulsing passing through their body, almost like it's something tangible, not just a sound of pulsing. I have this sense they can feel that pulsing almost in the air. And they wonder if it's like an electromagnetic pulse that's so powerful, perhaps it's interacting with their body. But they feel compelled to approach and get closer and closer to that orb. And as they get closer to it, their hand starts to reach out. And as the hand gets closer, so they start to hear what they can only describe as tribal drumming, starting to fill the chamber, echoing around the chamber. And then when the hand is almost touching that orb, there's one last pulse of light, a brilliant white light that fills the chamber. And they find themselves standing in snow. Only the snow isn't cold or hot. They're just standing in snow, and it's a comfortable temperature to be stood here. And in every direction, they can just see snow, and the sky is white. And they can't differentiate the horizon. They can't differentiate the ground from the sky. Looking down, they can see that it looks like snow. Taking steps, it crunches and feels like snow. Reaching down and picking it up in their hands, it feels like snow. It seems to melt in their hands like snow. Yet it's not cold or hot. It seems to just be the same temperature as them. And as they look around, they can't see where the sun is. They can't notice a shadow. And they're curious where this place is and what just happened. And while they look around themselves, suddenly, almost as if the pulse completes, everything reverses, that whiteness disappears, and then another wave of a pulse strikes, and they find themselves now standing in a meadow, looking out over some hills, seeing the most beautiful blue sky. But again, they can't see the sun in the sky. And they look around themselves. And again, everything just feels a comfortable temperature. And they don't seem to have any shadow. And then it's almost as if that pulse completes and this disappears, and another pulse happens, and they find themselves standing on an island surrounded by ocean. And again, there seems to be no sun in the sky. And the temperature feels the same as it's always felt. And then that pulse completes. And as it does, and as they get that glimpse of the orb, they make sure to push their hand down onto it, to finally fully touch that orb. And as they do, another pulse happens, and they find themselves in a forest. They can hear the sounds of birds, the rustling of the leaves, and here they can see the shards of light from the sun dancing through the branches, through the canopy, catching particles of dust in the air. Cutting across their path. And they look around. And they wait for the pulse to end. And the pulse doesn't end. They manage to walk away from that location. They manage to begin to explore this forest. And they're curious where they are. They head through the forest, and in the distance they can hear a waterfall. They walk towards that waterfall. And at the waterfall, they can see that that water is flowing down into a lagoon. And they climb down the rock face next to the waterfall. And it's a surprisingly easy climb. And as they walk away from the waterfall, so the water calms. That flow slows down. And they see that at the far end of the lagoon, they can notice the sea. And that this area looks like it's connected to the sea, but there's a bit of a barrier, so the tide has to be high for the two to connect. And then as the tide goes out, so that separates this off from the ocean. And around the far side of the lagoon they see a cottage. They decide to head round there to investigate. And in the back of their mind, they're still expecting that pulse. They don't know where here is, but they wonder if maybe someone here can give them some answers. So they head around, they go to that cottage. And outside the cottage is a jetty sticking out into the water. And on the end of that jetty is someone just sat there incredibly still. And they look into the cottage windows. They can't see anyone in the cottage. And so they walk to the jetty. They walk down the jetty. They sit down on the jetty next to the person. And they try to strike up a conversation with this person. And this person just sits there, motionless. And they take a good, hard look at the person. They try to notice movement in their eyes, in their face. They try to notice the movement of their breathing. They can't notice any movement at all. And they wonder if perhaps this person is meditating so deeply that they're breathing incredibly slowly. And so they watch and focus, trying to notice the slightest sign of movement. And yet they don't see any movement. They then wonder if this person perhaps is somehow just totally stationary, almost like a statue. That they seem almost like waxwork in how still they are. And they reach over and they touch that person on the arm, and the person doesn't flinch, doesn't respond at all. They lift the person's arm up, and it just sticks in the air where they put it. They wet the back of their hand. They hold their hand under the person's nose to see if they can notice the breathing. They don't notice any breathing. They start wondering whether this really is a lifelike waxwork. But just as they move their head closer to take a really close look at the face, the person opens their eyes and looks back at them and smiles and greets them and they almost fall off the jetty, being startled. And they ask how this person was so still. And the person explained that they just went deep inside themselves to do some inner healing. And that they can help this person to learn how to do that too. And they said that they were curious if they knew anything about that pulsing orb that seemed to have brought them here. And the person said that they do. They know what it is. And they can explain. And then they closed their eyes and carried on meditating. And this was a little frustrating. So the person got their attention and said they'd quite like to know. They'd like to know more about the orb, where they are, and when the time is right, how to return to where they came from. And so the two of them stood up from the jetty, walked back to the cottage, and sat down in that cottage in the most comfortable chairs. Then the person started to explain about those orbs. Explain that there's more than one, that not everything is as it seems, that they're actually a piece of technology that's far more advanced than anything that they could ever imagine. That they are far more advanced than anything they could ever imagine. That they're not a person. They're actually a robot. And they don't breathe. But they are conscious. And that they were designed to look human. And that there are many of them. They can repair themselves. And they're placed in the locations to be guides for those who exit in the different locations. And that the orbs work in an unusual way. That as you approach them, they cycle through the different locations programmed into them, showing one location, then the next location, then the next location, until they've shown all the locations, and then they start back with the first one again. And that the user needs to touch the orb to stop the orb on the location they want to visit. But until the orb is stopped, each location is almost like a holding screen. It's just a representation of that location. And they explained that an easy way to explain it is that it's a bit like seeing different holiday destinations, different images of different destinations. And then when you've made your decision based on the image of the destination, you can then go to the destination. But there's a difference between the image and the real place. And so it's just like that, except that it's in 3D, it surrounds you, that you see that place just for a second or so, before it moves on to the next one, and then the next one, and then it can transport you to the one you choose. And to return, all you have to do is go back to where you came through. Stand in the same spot, and the orb will be there even though you can't see it. You just have to reach out to where the orb will be. And that when you reach out, you'll notice there's a slight temperature difference at the location of the orb. And so you can reach out and touch where that temperature difference is. And that'll be the orb. And then it'll pulse and close that reality. And you'll be back where you started. And the person said that they didn't believe that it would be possible to make robots who look so human. And so the robot popped its arm off and handed its arm over and said, "Take a look at that." And with curiosity, the person turned that arm around, and they could see what looked almost like optical fibres at the joint. And those optical fibres seemed to be moving almost independently, as if they were searching for something. And as he took his arm back and started moving it close to his body again, the person noticed that the optical fibres where the arm was removed from and in the arm seemed to be reaching out for each other and then connecting just as the arm was being put back in place. And they explained that just because they're a robot doesn't make them any less human at heart. That they still have capabilities, still have feelings and doubts. And this person's fascinated by this individual. And they get told, "I just want to show you something." They stand up, they walk through the cabin. They go over to a bookcase. They take a book off of the bookcase. They say, "Here, hold this a minute." And they hand over a book. And this person thinks that maybe there'll be something interesting in that book. But as they're focusing on the book, so they notice the sound of sliding and movement. And they look up and see the bookcase has slid open to reveal some steps. And then they take the book back, they put it down on a side. They begin to walk down those steps under the cottage, and then down some more steps, and then more steps, then around a corner and down even more steps. And they head deeper and deeper under this cottage. And then the walls seem to turn to metal. And they're now walking down metal corridors. And they find themselves in a large metal room where the walls are a bright silver colour, almost as if it's been highly polished, highly reflective. And the room looks virtually empty. They walk to the middle of that room, and there's one chair, and the robot gestures to that chair, and the person sits down in the chair, has what's almost like a helmet put on their head, and a visor pulled down in front of their eyes. And they start hearing a pulsing sound at the left ear and the right ear. They notice that the pulse is different at both ears. Then they notice a pulsing light in front of each eye. And they realize the pulsing at each eye is different. And then that pulsing speeds up. And then after a while, they begin to have a sense of the space between the pulses, where their brain creates a binaural pulse, a pulse that's actually an illusion. And their brain begins to synchronize with that pulse. And what starts as just flashing light in their eyes begins to form into light colours moving around their field of vision, almost like pastel spots of pastel pinks, pastel purples, pastel greens, moving, dancing around their vision. They feel a certain focus and stillness setting in as those pastel spots begin to form an undulating green ground and white sky. And as the pulsing speeds up, so out of the green ground begins to form trees. And out of the pulsing sound, they begin to hear the sounds of birds, of children laughing. Then they begin to notice some blue, almost like water, and start to have this sense of a beach. And they're aware of that pulsing speeding up faster and faster at their ears and their eyes, until they stop being aware of the pulsing and just become aware of the experience. And they stop being aware of themselves sitting in that chair with that helmet on, that visor down, and instead being aware of walking down a sandy beach, seeing grassy hills, seeing a beautiful blue ocean rolling in on the shore, hearing the distant sound of children laughing and playing and splashing in the water, the sounds of birds in the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun, and being less and less aware of themselves, of the pulsing. And they walk up to someone who seems to be painting on the beach, and they ask what the person's doing. And they talk about how they're painting this picture. They're not painting what they see with their eyes. They're painting what they feel with their heart. They're painting a representation of the experience of being on the beach, hoping to capture the experience And the person looks at that painting, notices some bits familiar, can work out other bits and their reference, what they mean. And the person explains to them that it's a very personal experience, that the only person that can truly understand this painting fully is the artist. But everyone who looks at it once it's done will have their own understanding and interpretation of it, and their own experience. And they'll experience this beach in their own unique way. And they find this fascinating. And they wonder whether perhaps they should take up painting. And as they look at that painting, the person says, would you like to just have a go? Just paint a few strokes on the canvas. That can be your contribution. And then as the artist, I'll know, when looking at it, that those bits were done by the person I met here on this beach. And that'll become part of the experience of the painting. And so the person picks up the brush, moves that brush around over the water. And as they do, they start to hear a bubbling sound. And with the bubbling sound, they turn around. And they find themselves in an aquarium. And they're walking through this aquarium tunnel. They can hear the bubbling around them. They see a giant ray move up the side of the tunnel, over the top, and so calmly and peacefully down the other side. They see sharks swimming so gracefully, slowly through the water. The gentle sway of seaweed in that water. The dancing lines of light from the surface of the water, reflecting down around the bottom of the aquarium. Hearing the sound of gentle music. Walking slowly through the tunnel, exiting the tunnel to see a large glass wall, and through that glass wall they can see those sharks, those rays, numerous different fish. And they can hear other people milling around the aquarium. Children excitedly going up to look at different fish. And they head through the aquarium and down into a very dark part of the aquarium, seeing UV painting on the walls, seeing a sign saying no flash photography. And then finding themselves in the abyss section, seeing jellyfish pulsating in chambers, in columns of water, just moving so gently and slowly, pulsating with light. And other deep sea creatures, many with bioluminescence, all seeming to move so slowly and peacefully, with gentle, peaceful, relaxing music playing in the background. And while leaving the abyss section, opening a door and finding themselves on the echoing floor of an art gallery, seeing different artwork, different statues, and then noticing on one wall is the painting they just applied some paint to. And they go over to that painting, they look at the description, and they realise that the lengthy description talks about them contributing to this painting and shares the artist's views of the painting. And there's a sign that says, "Do not touch." And they read that sign as they reach out, while looking around them out the corner of their eye, and just gently touching the painting at the point that they painted. And while they touch that point, so the art gallery disappears, that pulsing seems to slow down, and then gradually turns to black, and the pulsing at the ears slows down, and then it all comes to a halt. And they take the helmet off, and they find themselves in this chamber deep underneath the cottage. They talk with this robot about the experience they had. And they're told that some inner healing was going on then. That it's often interpreted as some kind of sensory experience, but that's just a representation for what's going on deep in the brain, as your unconscious now is healing. And the robot walked the person back to the stairs, up all of the flights of stairs back to the cottage, picked up that book, put it back in place, and the secret door slid shut again. They left the cottage and went back down to the jetty. And this robot stood on the jetty, talking to them about the experience, sharing other knowledge with them, while they gazed into the water, at the fish swimming just beneath the surface, just watching as they swim and move around. And then the person headed back round to the other side of the lagoon, climbed back up the rocks, found their way back to where they came from, and then moved their hand around to find where the orb is, could feel that warmth at their hand, and then feel the pulsing beginning, and then found themselves back in that chamber, and they walked away from the orb. And as they walked away, so the energy seemed to calm down, and that pulsing seemed to calm down. They found their way back through the pyramid, all the way back to the tent. And they settled down in the tent, and they were thinking to themselves that this is all just a dream. And they wonder when they're going to wake up. And as they think that, they could hear the rain again, and their eyes gently opened. They found themselves back in that loft, surrounded by photos they'd been looking at. An old family trip to an aquarium, various other trips they've made and their family has made. And they continued to sort out which photos should be kept, which should be thrown away, to sort out other stuff in the loft. They felt a deep sense of satisfaction from working through the loft, organising things, removing what isn't necessary, making everything organised that is necessary to keep. And they removed the stuff from the loft that they were going to get rid of. They left the loft, turned the light off, closed the hatch, and decided that they'd reward themselves with a quick drink and some food before heading out into the garden now the rain has calmed down, to enjoy the fresh air, that smell you get after the rain has removed a lot of the pollutants, a lot of the particles from the air. And so they sit outside, looking out over their back garden, breathing in that fresh air, smelling that after rain smell. Wondering what they'll do from here. Now having a desire to travel, to explore some of those places their family had visited, to revisit some of those places they had previously visited. And they don't normally act impulsively, but they decided to head out on a camping trip, to recapture some of that simpler times, to enjoy being in the moment, rather than viewing every moment through a piece of technology, to almost reward themselves for their connection with their past, to follow in the tradition of their family going on camping holidays where they didn't have a lot of money, and so they would go for the experience. And they remembered always being told the journey is part of the holiday, that too many other people are desperate for the journey to be over with so that they arrive at the holiday rather than enjoying the journey as part of the holiday. And they thought about that idea as they travelled out and went on a camping road trip, pulling over, moving well away from any built-up areas, camping for a night before driving on further, finding another location, avoiding built-up areas again, and camping for another night, and really feeling a deep connection with their past and with a different way to approach the future, to be able to know what's worth attaching to and what's worth letting go. And then after spending some time out camping, they travelled home, aware that they'll have to go back to work. And so they prepare for how they can put into practice what you're learning here, to be able to handle stress, to be able to handle things when they get overwhelming, to be able to step back in the mind and see what's important and what isn't important, and what you can and what you can't do. And what's worth focusing on. And then on arriving home, they head to bed, and they fall asleep so easily, so effortlessly, so soundly asleep. And as they relax and drift asleep, they're aware that when they awaken in the morning, they're going to awaken feeling so full of energy, feeling revitalized, feeling awake and alert for the day. And with those thoughts and drifting into pleasant dreams, dreams that bring a smile to their face, they drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. Okay, so as you begin to relax, you can listen to the sound of my voice. And as you listen to the sound of my voice, you can allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And while you listen to me talking in the background, I'm just going to tell a story. And this story is a story about a person out on a yacht, heading towards a river mouth. And as they head towards that river mouth, they can feel the salt spray as the boat pushes through the waves. They can notice the movement of that boat, hearing the motor of the boat as it travels towards that river mouth. And as that yacht enters the river mouth, so the water becomes rougher as the water flowing out from the river meets the water flowing in from the sea. And they follow that river, cutting speed down as they enter the river. And as they slowly take the boat down the river, they can notice the way the bow wave spreads out from the boat, reaches the shore, moving reeds along the shore, creating a wave passing along the banks on either side of the river. And up on the banks of the river, they can notice woodland, the tall trees, hear the sounds of birds. As they continue their journey along that river. And while they continue their journey along the river, so they notice how the sky is changing colour as the sun begins to set. As that sky becomes more orange and yellow, and the bird sounds begin to change as birds begin to settle down in the trees. And they continue deeper into this woodland following this river. And after some time following this river deeper into the woodland, they notice a jetty sticking out from the riverbank, and they steer their boat over to that jetty. They cut power and let that boat carefully glide in to the shore. And as that boat glides up alongside the jetty, so they throw a rope over onto the jetty, catching on a hook, then throw another rope over, catching on another hook, and then they pull their boat in and moor their boat up, and they get off their boat, walk onto the jetty, walk to the riverbank, and a little bit along the riverbank they set up camp for the evening. They light a campfire, hearing that crackling of the campfire as the sun continues to set. They sit just inside their tent, feeling the warmth of the campfire, listening to the sound of the river as it sloshes against the bank, hearing the way the water sloshes against the underside of the boat. and they cook themselves some food. They can hear nighttime sounds of night animals in the woodland, occasionally catching glimpses of bats flying overhead as the sun fully sets and the moon rises in the sky, casting silver sparkling light across the river. And after eating some food, they settle back into the tent and they lie down, and listening to the sound of the gentle breeze on the tent, the movement of the sides of the tent, the sounds in the woods, sounds of the river. Breathing in that fresh air, they drift and float comfortably asleep. And as they drift and float comfortably asleep, so they begin to have this sense of walking through dense woodland. And as they walk through that dense woodland, they notice they have a wolf walking alongside them, the most majestic looking wolf. And as that wolf walks alongside them, so they allow their hand to fall down beside them, touching the wolf's fur, feeling that connection between the two of them, as that wolf is there guiding them through this woodland. And they notice the way the trees rustle in the breeze. They notice the solidity of each footstep they take, the sounds of cracking leaves and branches. And they push through this woodland. And as they continue pushing through this woodland, they're curious about the experience, about where this wolf is leading them. They don't feel like the wolf is doing the leading or that they're doing the leading, just that they're together on this journey. And so they continue walking deeper into the woodland. And after a while, the person begins to notice a flashing light in the distance, a light that's almost pulsating. And they walk towards that pulsating light. And the closer they get, the more they notice there's a slight humming sound with that light. And eventually they find their way to a tree that's in a very slight clearing. And this tree is taller than the other trees around. And there's what looks like a jewel in that tree that's pulsating. They run their fingers around the bark of the tree, and they touch that jewel in that tree, and it feels slightly warmer than the surroundings. And the wolf just sits down calmly, watching as the person walks around the tree, taking a good look at this tree, before coming back to that jewel. And they can see around that jewel is a faint outline of a circle, almost like someone has drawn a circle in the tree that's slightly indented. And they run their fingers around that circle and then rest the palm of their hand on that pulsating jewel. And as they do, so the tree begins to lower into the ground. The branches fold up, and almost like a lift lowering under the ground, the entire tree rumbles and starts to lower into the ground with them on it. And after the whole tree has lowered down, deep under the ground, so something seems to close above them, and they wonder whether above them it now just looks like a bit of meadow with the tree missing. And as that tree continues lowering deeper and deeper, eventually they start to notice light filtering from beneath them. And then that tree lowers all the way down, and they find themselves in what looks like a valley under the ground. They walk off from the tree across a grassy plain out into a meadow. It looks like trees around either side, trees off in the distance, and a river flowing through this valley. And at the start of the river there seems to be a waterfall, where perhaps the water is falling from somewhere high up, maybe a surface river, and then filling this underground river with water. And they're really curious about this experience. They're looking for some answers about the experience. So they start to explore this valley. And as they explore, they see a rowboat sitting just on the shore by the river, and they decide it'll be quicker and easier to explore if they get in that rowboat and row deeper into this underground valley. And so they push that rowboat into the water, climb in, push off the side with one of the oars, and start rowing that rowboat down that river. And they follow that river deeper underground, deeper into this valley. And as they follow that river, they notice some otters in the water, They watch as those otters seem to be playing, and occasionally one will dive down and come back with an object, sometimes rolling on its back, dropping a stone onto a shell, trying to crack open that shell before being successful, eating what's in the shell, then diving down and getting some more food. And the person's curious about the otter's use of tools. As they continue down this river. And after a while the river begins to widen, and as that river widens, so that river calms. And as the river calms, it begins to open out into a lake. And they row into that lake. They row around the side of the lake, pull up on the shore, exit their boat. And they can see some ruins that look incredibly ancient. And so they decide to explore these ruins. They start looking at the walls, noticing what symbols are on the ruins. And they find on one of the ruins that there are some circles drawn, a bit like the circle with that jewel in that they pressed earlier. And they took a look at those circles, rested their hand where the circles were, and the areas felt warm, but it looked like something was missing from within those circles. So they hunted around, and they could hear a distant pulsing sound. So they relaxed and focused their attention, listening out for that pulsing. They moved their heads side to side, and they followed their way to one of the pulsing sounds, where they found a jewel hidden in the undergrowth, glowing, and they picked up that glowing jewel. They could see that jewel glowing in their hands, the warmth given off by the jewel. And they took it to the ruins, to the circles. And they noticed which space seemed to fit that jewel in, and they placed the jewel in place, before following their hearing again, finding their way to discovering the second jewel. And they find that second jewel, pick it up, feel the warmth of that, can almost feel it throbbing in their hand, before placing that into the space that seems to be for that jewel. And as soon as both jewels are in place, so they hear the rumble of moving stone. And they notice just the other side of this wall of ruins, the ground begins to lower at an angle, turning into steps going down. And so they walk to those steps, and just as the steps come to a halt, they begin to follow those steps down, deep underground. And as they do, they almost count themselves down those steps. steps. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way to the bottom. And as they reach the bottom, so they light a torch. And they can hear the way their footsteps echo off the walls down here in this cave, in this underground area beneath the ruins. And so they walk deeper into this cave. And as they do so, they notice there are drawings on the walls that look like they were drawn by an ancient culture or an ancient civilization. And the drawings are very simplistic, but seem to tell a story. And as they walk deeper into this cave, they notice a stand in the middle of the cave. And on that stand is a stone tablet. And that stone tablet seems to have words carved into it. And they find that they instinctively understand those words and feel a sense of peace and calm. And they pick up that stone tablet and start to leave that cave. And as they leave that cave, they have a sense that somehow this experience is teaching them something, and that somehow what's written on that stone tablet is designed for them as much as for anyone else. And they find their way back out of that cave and continue exploring the valley for a while. And after a while, they find their way back out of that valley, back to that tree. And back at their tree, they put their hand back in that circle. And the tree begins to rise back up out of the ground until it's back in place. And the wolf and the person find their way back through the woods. And as they find their way back through the woods, so the person in the tent drifts deeper, more relaxed asleep. And as they drift deeper, more relaxed asleep, and the woods and the wolf begin to fade, they have this sense that something about that stone tablet has significance beyond it just being in a dream. And they drift deeper asleep, almost like they're lucid dreaming, drifting deeper asleep with an awareness they're drifting deeper asleep. And they find themselves in a vineyard, and they can smell the grapes, and they notice they're barefoot. Squashing the grapes in a large barrel, stepping up and down on those grapes. They can feel those grapes being squashed beneath their feet. And they become absorbed in the process, stepping on those grapes and then moving around the barrel a bit, making sure they get all the grapes. And after stepping on those grapes for a while, they step out of the barrel into some water, clean off their feet, put on some shoes, and then get guided by someone through the vineyard. And the person guides them through the vineyard, guiding them past grapes, all the way to their house. And they enter the house and get offered a glass of wine. They can hear the wine being poured into the glass, sound of the air travelling into the bottle, sound of that wine filling the glass. They can then move that glass beneath their nose, feeling the way the glass wants to take on a bit of movement itself as the wine circulates while they move the glass. They can notice the smell of that wine before having a sip of it and noticing the taste. And then relaxing back in a comfortable seat while the person begins to talk to them, and they continue to drink the wine. They can feel that wine in their mouth, feel the texture, the flavours, feeling that wine as they swallow, as it moves down their throat, feeling the effects of the wine moving through their body, through to their arms, their cheeks, feeling a slight warmth in the cheeks, and then circling that feeling back, having another sip of the wine, feeling the effects in their cheeks, through their body, as they relax in that chair while the person's talking to them. And the person's talking about a stone tablet and a message on that stone tablet. And they find this curious because they know this is a separate dream. And yet although it seems like this dream is unconnected, the tablet's being mentioned. And it's almost as if the character in this dream knows about the tablet in the last dream. And they go with the flow. And then after listening to the person talking about the tablet and drinking the glass of wine, the person says, "Follow me." And they stand up, feeling some of the effects of that wine, feeling a warmth on the cheeks, and they follow the person through their house. To a wooden cabinet with glass doors, and the person opens the glass doors and takes out a stone tablet. And the person recognizes that stone tablet as the one from their previous dream, with the same message on it. And they find it really curious it's cropped up in two dreams like this. And they get handed that tablet, and they feel some kind of a connection, a warmth through that tablet. They can feel the weight of the tablet, and they place that tablet back, and then find that they can hear sounds of morning birds, and they find themselves drifting out of the dream and awakening by the embers of that campfire in the tent. And they pack away the tent, clear up the campfire, and set off from the riverbank down into the woods. Just as the sun is rising. And while the sun rises, so the light shines through the occasional gap in the woodland, dancing around in the darkness of the woods. And they walk deeper into the woodland. And after a while, walking deeper into the woodland, smelling the natural smells of the woodland, feeling the waxy leaves, they move out the way, and the branches, they move. As they walk deeper into the woodland, so they discover the terrain becomes more uneven and rocky, and they notice they're climbing over ruins of a lost city that once stood here. And as they explore, they can't really notice anything other than the rough terrain and rocks lying around that would let them know that there was once a city here. But through exploring, they find a large slab on the ground. They move that slab and find drop down into a tunnel. So they shine a torch down there. They lower themselves down and hang themselves down by their hands, stretching their body out. And then they let go with their hands, dropping just a foot's length to land in the tunnel. They shine the torch around. They can hear dripping water in the tunnel, echoing down the tunnel. And they start exploring this tunnel, realizing this tunnel is part of the old ruins. And in a room off of this tunnel, they find a stone tablet resting on a stand in the middle of the room. And they realize this stone tablet is identical to the one from their dreams, as if somehow this tablet and themselves are connected, and that they knew about this tablet. And they pick up the tablet, and as they do, they feel a rush of energy. They feel a connection. And they start to have almost a psychic experience with the tablet. Almost as if that tablet conveys knowledge into them. And they notice that in the back of this tablet are two crystals that are pulsating, that seem to be powering this stone tablet, creating this psychic-like experience. And the tablet reveals to them the past of what happened through the creation of the civilization here, to the end of the civilization here, and the storing of this tablet. And they realize that this tablet's teaching them something about how to survive in difficult situations and continue to grow. And make the most of what it is that you have. And they learn so much from this experience before placing that tablet back in place, the experience fading. They find their way back out. They realize they've got what they came searching for, and that what they came searching for wasn't a physical object. It was what was contained on that tablet, and the experience they had. And they knew it was all about the experience. And they found their way back down that tunnel, jumped up, grabbed on to the drop they came down, pulled themselves up out of that tunnel, replaced the stone slab, found their way back to their boat, and as the sun was setting on another day, they boarded their boat, left the mooring, and started heading in their yacht back out to sea. They travelled along the river, out of the river mouth, out to sea, and started their journey home. And as night time fell, so they dropped anchor, cooked themselves some food, relaxed on their boat eating the food, drifting with the swaying, the bobbing up and down of the boat, the movement in the waves. Before finishing their food and settling down for the night, recalling the dreams they'd had, their experience with the tablet, as they began to drift asleep, and as they began to drift comfortably asleep, they could feel the boat gently rocking them to sleep, and the silence around them, and how comfortable they felt as they drifted and floated and relaxed asleep.